Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over a million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you need thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire, nice. And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, Jerry?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. The skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the games are very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just like?
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me, and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year, to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were. I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, yeah, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So yeah, this one I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. That I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really exciting. And I think I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So yeah, that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but yeah, like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and yeah, definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there that these days. But yeah, I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Tour. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step, and this was a sit and go. So the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah. I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think yeah, I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then yeah, I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get yeah, the €5,300 buy-in,
Yeah.
and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Now, was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with 9s against 4s and bagged a moderate stack for day 2. And then day 2 was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day 2, and then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, putting the foot down, putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite. Because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed? Yeah. Happy?
Well, so yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000
Yeah,
and a jersey.
wow, yeah, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy who my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and yeah, that one went on until about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros, if you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro," and with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and yeah, the full tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably the garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time. In the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah,
right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, so me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about, I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day, he said, like, what have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game. And I was just like, yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my
left. What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. Yeah, I think I ended up playing one pot with him, blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember I hadn't played out and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
It just wanders around, doesn't it, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Hellmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six.
The guy next to me phoned it, he's king. Wow. Flop got 3 times more chip than me. See you guys. He just want me to gamble. He doesn't want to see me stick it in and gamble. That's what they want to see, though, you know what I mean? They just want to see excellent. They just want to see action all the time. $2 is cool. So I'm like, I'm just trying to sort these out. I'm trying to trick you, mate. I'm just trying to.
I think it was 5 to 10 10. It was 5 I honestly can't remember. Get out that first day did make it out.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Blackpool. Oh, I do like to be beside the seaside.
You don't today, you don't.
I do like to be beside the sea. Which side of the road did you walk in on?
To be honest, I actually went. I was that side, but it was still there was bubbles coming out of the sea today. There was bubbles flying everywhere. It's just, it's not nice. It's not nice. It's cold. The winds.
The wind. Let me tell you, if I'd have been playing golf on the golf course at the old links, I'd have been able to drive off on the first and land the 6th green, which is directly behind the first. It was that powerful this morning. It was directly heading down. You were with the wind on the first. It would have been easily a 400-yard drive today. It really would. Welcome one and all. As you can see there, they're the chip counts from overnight. We're just about to start the day. There are 19 players left. Our Rupert's still in down the bottom. Oh, Randy Rupert still in. Dave, Jamie O'Connell, Boz, Connor Healis, Johnny Chew. Johnny Chew. Who knew? Who knew Johnny Chew? Gartwood Chew. A couple of old Jeff from Liverpool came up. He says, "Oh, so I can be here playing the scene." He says, "Yeah, but railing Johnny Chew." I went, "Who?
Johnny who?
Who?
Johnny Chew.
Oh, Johnny Chew. Gary Whitehead, Vinnie Musson, Roberto Duras, Johnny Gray, Mark Elliott, you name them, they are there. The big one that we're going to need to keep his eye on is in 3rd place in the chip stacks.
It's massive. If Chris can win,
Chris can win this.
it will be interesting.
The National Poker League points will still be up for grabs, and he will move into potentially 2nd place. It's a big one for us this week. It's a big one for Chris. He'll know what is at stake. It could go top, yeah, because it depends what Ewan does. Obviously, Ewan and Ben are going to be playing the 200 a little bit later for the points, and obviously try and get themselves a win as well. But it is, and as we can see, we are just about to start. In fact, we just dealt the first hand. Blinds are 6-12. The final day, there's 19 players left. In seat 1, we've got the Boz, and Johnny Gray in seat number 2. We've got Phil Clark in 3. We've then got Paul Fisher in seat number 6. Johnny Chew in, 5. 5 is supposed to be, but I think 5's empty, is it? But 7 is Johnny Chew, Mark Elliott in 8, and that's our table with 19 left. So short-handed tables till we get to 16, and then 2 tables of 8 till we get to the final table of 9.
Yeah, looking
morning, Jay.
Morning. Everyone locked up over 4k, so everyone eyeing up the first place of 140k though, even second, getting 6 figures. Just a great turnout we had here this weekend, and what day we had yesterday. It was such a fun day on the feature table. We saw some sick ones, we saw some mad plays. It was really, really good entertainment value yesterday, and hoping for more of the same today. Blinds are 6k, 12k big blind ante, and we are off.
Absolutely.
Johnny finds ace king nice and early, and Mark, getting this price, should be defending the king 9 as he does. Working with 40 bigs himself.
Yeah, sign flop.
Yeah, nice flop here for old Johnny with the ace king. Should be coming in here. Definitely a lot we can get called from big blind range. Plenty of gut shots out there. 8x, 6x. Don't need to go too large. Third pot's perfectly fine. Looks like 20k, so just sub third. And going to take that one down, Johnny.
What are we doing with the original GUKPT, sponsored by Blue Square, 2007 card protector? Has been asked by Damon in the chat. I don't actually know. Does anybody want one? I've got two.
We could do a little.
I've got two. We should do a bit of a quiz or a bit of a guess that or do that for them. And if you want me to send them on, all you'd have to do is get in touch with your details and we'll forward them on. We have two original 2007 GUKPT card protectors. So if you want us to do something, we'll think of something during the day because we're here for the long haul. And we'll do something with them, and whoever wins them, get your details over to me or Jay, and we'll forward them on. We might even pay for the postage and packaging ourselves. There is a free roll a little bit later. There is a free roll a little bit later at 6 o'clock. I know the password. If anybody can guess the password, I'm not going to tell you it, but you can try all day and get yourself in. It's pretty obvious to where we are and to what we're doing. Usually is. It's usually something related to where we are. Or Chef Brad's done his dough in Blackpool and he's on his way back to Essex.
So interesting spot here, an open from Johnny with the ace-5 suited, Paul flattened the jack-10 suited in the cut-off, and Gar called behind with the ace-queen. Could have potentially ripped that himself for what would have been just over 25 bigs, but opted to just flat, and now Paul's got top pair, bets once checked him, perfectly fine, want to start potentially thinning down the field. Boz is going to call with the same hand, and Johnny with his wheel draw, backdoor flush draw, going to make the call as well. So interesting turn here. Two of clubs rolling off, giving Johnny a still wheel draw. But Paul here being called in two spots might be a bit wary. I wouldn't mind seeing a check here from Paul. Just a bit of pot control. Take some rivers. Got to think about hands that Boz are going to call with, as well as Johnny being the under the gun opener. What hands is he going to check call in this particular spot? But looks like Paul is going to come in for another street. He does have the best hand with Boz. Quick fold from Boz with the jack 10. Paul firing for 125k. An interesting spot here now for Johnny. Early doors, 3-1 on the call here. Out of position to Paul Fisher. Looks like Paul has what he is. He does in this spot be hands like ace 10 off, ace 10 suited, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited. All these type of holdings is what you expect Paul to have here from Johnny's perspective. So what Johnny's got to decipher whether we are going to get paid on 4 and club rivers. We can see that he will because of Paul's particular holding. Imagine a club early doors, that would be a bit of a brutal one. But it's the 8 of spades, and I'd be very shocked if this thing go check tower. I don't think Paul's ever going to be getting value from worse, so he opts to check, shows the jack 10 of clubs.
And that will win. Apparently there's one person in the free roll.
Who's that? Is it
Don't
you?
know.
Oh, I thought it was you.
I don't know, because I've tried to get on and I can't get on, unfortunately. I don't know whether because we're firewalled because we've got a Grosvenor connection, I'm not too sure, but I just can't open the client, unfortunately. I'll also try and get on myself. Everybody's trying to guess what it is, but yeah, it's all related, as you know, to where we are and what it is. But we have just started day 3. So we've got plenty going on today, and we'll update and let you know what's happening between now and leg 1 of 2022, which has been announced. Abo's in the building. How are you? Yeah, we're all rooting for this at the minute, the National Poker League at this moment in time. Chris Johnson is in third currently, so 40.
What we know, he's going to get, if the winner of this event with the runners and the buy-in, it's 52 points and a few tenths. So Chris could potentially go top. I think Ewan gets around 12 points for his cash. So if Chris wins this, we could have a new leader somehow in the National League when all season is between Ben and Ewan. If Chris Johnson just sneaks up from behind, it would be absolutely crazy. So
and then obviously the 30-30s next week are the final 4 points. I wonder where all the boys will be going next week. Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. This guy's playing Luton. And then obviously the start of next year will show you the 25-25s regarding starting points for next year, and also the scheduled dates for 2022 as well. Well, Stuart, if you want to play the free roll, all you have to do is type it in and see if you can get in. We'll give it you around about 3 o'clock. The game doesn't start till 6, so there's plenty of time to get in.
It's a nice little play there from Paul, opening the ace-9 suited, good to see, and then continuing with a gut shot and backdoor flush draw, especially against big blind range. Nice pick up from Mr. Fisher. 1.4 million already. Tower increased his stack by 400k. Have not even played an orbit yet. You be quiet, Chef Brad, or Cook Brad, I should say.
Turn up with no goods again. Has Rob Priest spelt that right? He says, what's the password? Is it supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? I tell you, that's a pretty good spelling, that. Supercalifragilistic. I think you had to spell it exactly like that. That must be a copy and paste. It has to be.
It's not that hard to spell, really, is it, that word?
No, it's all pretty phonetic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a long word.
Yeah, Vinnie Musson is Ron Musson. I know he's down as Ron, and but he is a Vinnie. And Josh cashed in yesterday as well. Well done to Josh. Won the 30-30, cashed in the main. Great week for Josh. We are here until we crown a champion. Did Razor Kev pay up?
I was £20 in debt to him, so we're even now. We're even.
That's fair
he
enough.
won the last one at the last leg. He squared up before the last one, and then.
Right, that's fair enough. Do it all again in London, I'm sure. Rob Priest says he can't take the credit because it was Siri on the voice thing. It was pretty impressive, actually. And I actually think it's now a word in the dictionary as well. I think it's one of those that was added into the Urban Dictionary or whatever dictionary. There only used to be one dictionary at one point. Now there's about 30. What are the odds and who's going to win it? Well, if you were there this morning and you took the prices, Chris Johnson was backed in from 8-1 to 5-1 favourite. Anthony miles ahead was 13-2. I think he was 8-1 as well. He was backed into 13-2. Anthony Miles from Liverpool. Paul Fisher was 9s, who was on our table, who was increased his stack to 1.4. Johnny Gray was 10s. Mike Allen was 10s. Paul Jackson was 10s. And all the way down to Randy Rupert, who was 75s because he was short stack. If you had a bet, let us know. You had a little punt on Grosvenor Sport with Usman Ulak will be one to look out for as well. He was 12s. I'm rooting for Paul Jackson. I don't know if you had a one standout pick. Did you have one standout pick?
To be honest, the two that I've got where I thought the value was Rob Duras 25s and Connor at 25s. I thought that's where the value was. I've seen them both play. They seem to both play very well. Okay. So, like, I don't always look for that. I think the best player in the field. I look for the value. That's who I've backed because of the value I thought they were at them prices. If I see a decent player with around 25, 30 big blinds and they're a great price, then sometimes I think that's going to be the best bet. No pocket fours for Paul on the barn. Going to be raising this one up once folded to us. Makes it 50k. And Gar, with the boots, clicks it to 100k. Paul going to make the call. Gar left with 150k behind. Paul hoping to find a 4 on this flop.
Johnny Chew from Liverpool with the boots.
Any players wish to register for our ticket event and
102.
Already?
102 already in the seniors. Unbelievable. 102, and there'll be 101 set down for first hand.
Yep.
I love it.
So Johnny under the gun wants to be opening the ace 10. Paul flats the jack 9 off in the cut-off. And old Johnny Chew, free bet to 100k, gets it through. Good start for him, up to 365.
So we started the day with 19. If you're coming in late, there's the 19 players just tuning in. They're the chip stacks that we started with, obviously now a little bit out of date in the on the feature, but they're the 19 players that have made it through. Paul Fisher, as we can see, increases stack. Johnny Chew is Gar Woo Chew. We got told is Johnny Chew from Liverpool.
Apparently, yeah.
Johnny Chew from Liverpool. So there we go.
Yeah, everyone locked up over 4k, all 19 and then £4,020 locked up.
Yep. So they're the players. Obviously that's now 15-20 minutes out of date. What did the winner of last night's side event get, pleased? Pissed. I don't actually know. It was, I don't remember, Chris Bartlett won it. Chris Bartlett won it, and I think it was pretty late. It was gone 3 o'clock when the bounty finished.
Colin might be a relation, that might have been why he's asking.
Ah, Colin. I don't actually know. I don't know the prize pool because obviously it's £100 in the pot, £50 every time you knock somebody out. So the payout's a little bit distorted. If we'll get the result very soon and let you know. Afternoon, Andy. Mr. Andy Wilson, I'll certainly pass on my wishes, pal. Hope you're all right. Hope things are good. instant service, £5,510 first place. Second was 36.10. Third was 2,260. Fourth 1,480, and fifth was 1,030 plus bounties. Thank you very much indeed to Jim. Instant service.
So Bob's going to open 7-5 off on the button, folded to him. Guess this is fine if we think we're just going to be playing perfectly in position. Not going to make any mistakes post. Johnny got a lovely hand to call within the small. And flop stop pair. And Boz has caught a piece as well. And there's an up and down straight draw here for Phil. And this one checks through. 7 on the turn would be ill for Boz early doors, but it's 6 of spades. So Jack 10 remains the best hand of Johnny in seat 2. Probably going to come in for a lead now. Don't want Boz to take another free one with hands like Ace Queen, King Queen, these type of holdings, realising equity for free. So good to see Johnny coming in for a lead here. We can get called by some worse Jack X to the big blind, perhaps some spade draws that have been picked up, as well as maybe some 5x that Phil can have that might get a little sticky. He's actually going to make the call here with the 4-3.
River's a 9.
So it's going to be an interesting spot for Johnny, because I'm not sure what we're going to target if we do come in for a value bet. So this might be a check call spot for us in this particular scenario, and that's exactly what he's done. Checked it over to Phil, who now has a decision to make. Can credibly rep 7-8. We're going to have all 16 combos of that peeling out the big blind, as well as some 6x that's slow played. So we can definitely have some 6x here as Phil. And now Johnny in a really tough spot, early doors here, 100k into 150, so it's a 2/3 pot. But Johnny's Jack 10, just the bluff catcher. Never going to be value betting worse in this spot, Phil. And Phil's going to have a whole host of 6x in the big blind, all 16 combos of 7-8. Maybe Jack 9's in there as well, although we've got removal to that, so there's only actually 6 combos of Jack 9 from our perspective for Johnny. But the thing is, got to come up with some bluffs. Obviously, spade draws, hands like 7-4, suited 4-3. We can see what Phillips has in this situation. But the bluffs are spade, 7-4, 4-3, and then he's got a whole host of value as well. And these are the most difficult river spots that you're going to find yourself in, where there's lots of value as well as plenty of bluffs. And Johnny in a tough one early on here with the Jack 10. And the thing is, in live poker, like, you don't expect too many people. Like, rivers are under bluff, but very nice play there from Phil. And Johnny, if he made that call, would have been a big pot and would have put him in decent stack size, but well played to Phil. Yeah. Took it down with 4 high.
Phil Clark, the silent assassin. Not said much at the tables, but gone on getting the chips on a regular basis. There's Randy Rupert, having a wander in. And the first person to double today was old Rupert. Came in late, got himself a short stack all in, doubled up through Vinny, Musson.
So pausing the cut-off, going to open the King 10. What a flop this is.
8-8-2.
A massive
spot for Paul.
Mr. Paul Fisher. Just wants to call here, Paul. No need to raise. Just want to keep a lot of Boz's hands in that we can have drawing dead in some spots. And we turn a boat. So just gets better for Paul. Check, check on the turn, and gets even better for Paul. Rivering a bigger boat. see if I'm Paul here, I go really small tower, really try and target some of Boz's ace highs, try and rep some diamond draws, perhaps as bluffs. Don't need to go too big, got to think about what we're trying to get called by. Knobs for 60k, and Boz not going to be able to call here with king 10. We've got the king of diamonds in our hand. We do beat some diamond draws. Paul's going to have a whole host of them out of the big blind, but just way too far down range here as Boz to be heroing with king high at this stage of the tournament. So Paul Fisher takes another one. What a start from him.
So his dad will fix it, Josh, then. That's what I'm guessing. Dad will fix it on YouTube. That might be Josh, the son of. Alright, Bernie. We are all good. Blackpool has been amazing. 533 runners. Hope you're well too. Watching on Twitch. Plenty of places to watch. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch primarily. YouTube and Twitch get more viewers, and the chat is watch there. Boz is all in with his King Jack. Let you know what happens to Boz.
Yeah, this is Boz shoving for just sub 16 big blinds in the hijack with King Jack, perfectly fine. This one's going to get through because old Johnny Chu can't call with a Queen 4.
Go on, lad. Go on. Need it, man.
Struggling today.
So if you had a little punt on Grosvenor Sport, who did you punt on? Let us know. Plenty going on online today as well. Don't forget the 6 o'clock free roll. Apparently somebody's already in it. Guess the password and everything. £25,000 closer. Oh, we love you.
Star.
We love you. There's all up. Oh, that's amazing.
I'm going to get you some crispy grapes.
Grapes are here. Ladies and gentlemen, grapes have turned up. Look, there, the grapes and the bananas.
Thank you.
Thanks ever so much. Amazing, amazing. You know I'm on a diet. That's like there. What? Anybody want more of that? Set up. Oh, I'll tell you what. Gifts from the locals. Thanks ever so much. Watching the live stream. Thanks for your job, guys. Thank you very much. Would you like one?
In a minute. I might have a little look what's inside in a minute.
Amazing. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated.
So Johnny, ace king now. Raises it up, gets it through. Up to nearly £500,000. Great start for Johnny Chu as well. One of the shorties to start the day.
So £25,000 closer starts at 7 on Monday. £110 in, and the winner of the free roll tonight will get a ticket into the closer. The Haymaker promotion is still going on. Next Wednesday will be the next free roll. It's £3,000 guaranteed free roll. You'll be coming to, if you win it, you'll be coming to meet us down in London and playing a sit and go with David Hay himself. And there's £20,000 up for grabs. I think the winner of the free roll when you get down into London is £5,000. So there's plenty going on. We have the free roll at 6 o'clock. It will be it is password protected. We'll get the password out. People have guessed it already, and if they're in, you're in.
So Johnny Chu gonna link the 7-6 suited on the button, and Boss rips it in with the freeze. This is perfectly fine after the limp on the button. I don't think Johnny is the type of player to have trap limps here, so once he limps here, Boss just knows his shove's going to get through so often with the freeze, and that's great for us getting a hand like 7-6 of spades to fold, which actually is going to be equity favourite against our particular holding. Boss with the freeze gets it through.
Goodness, please, all players are registered for our 6th event. You're sitting on screen. We will be starting your event shortly. Players, you're welcome to start making way to prep room. Thank you.
Yeah, buddy. Free roll starts at 6 p.m. We give out the password in a couple of hours. Usually second session of the day for day threes. As we see Phil open under the gun with ace jack. And Boz is all in with ace queen. And Phil makes the call with the ace jack. And Boz is a favourite. So, first all in of the day.
Does he get a double?
Fading jacks.
Does he get a double? Well, the ace of diamonds for the redraw for for Boz to fade. That does it.
So just a jack to fade for Boz to double.
No sweat. No sweat.
Oi, oi, the Boz.
Clubs.
Jamie O'Connor, C1.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of money's gone on that man today, so I bet there'll be a lot of people watching at home happy with that double for Boz straight away.
Yeah.
Now he's right in the mix. He's got 41 bigs. He can play a bit more room for manoeuvre.
Absolutely. Big shout to Rick Trigg, who was here all week. He cashed as well, didn't he? Rick Trigg yesterday.
He busted, yeah, just before bagging.
Yeah, he decided this morning that he was heading back home on the train rather than getting an Uber or a taxi, which was over a Wanner. So he thought, I'll get the train. As you do from Blackpool, you always have to change at Preston. Triggs in Liverpool because he forgot to change at Preston.
Let's do that. He can go and watch Liverpool West Ham today.
No, they're at West Ham.
Oh, they're away.
He forgot he needed to get off at Preston to get the train from Preston to Sheffield, and he's ended up in Liverpool because that's where the train went. It's a good job when he got to Euston. Good old trick. Hey, dear, maybe Uber was the better kind. It took you about 6 hours to get home now. Oh, brilliant. Good to see you this week, Trig. Another good cash again. Well done, and I'm sure we'll see you in London for the final event of the evening, of the year. Sorry, apologies. We have one fantastic festival on its way, and we will definitely show you what is going on here in London when we start there on the 18th of November, all the way through to the 5th of December. What a festival that's going to be.
This is going to be Johnny all in tower. Should be. We got 20 bigs. There's a cut-off opener flat from Boz. Should be moving in here with ace jack as Johnny. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. And then what I expect to happen is Mark to fold and Boz should call it off with the eights because Johnny's good enough to have deuces through sevens in this spot. We'll take some lighter reshove spots, cut-off versus button. So I think Johnny's going to be moving all in here almost always, and we'll see Boz make the call unless Phil wakes up with it in the blinds. But I think we've got a shove here as Johnny. Be very shocked if he didn't. He might not. He might make a disciplined lay down, but don't think we're ever calling off this stack. And there is the all in. After some deliberation, fold from Phil, we should see the fold from Mark, and I'd be very shocked if Boz didn't make the call. I think Boz, once we flat the eights here on the button, we're a bit under rep versus cut-off open, so he's going to be aware. Johnny's going to be shoving a little bit lighter in the small with this dead money in the pot. The ace-4 of Mark just cannot call in this situation, and Boz with the pocket eights.
Oh, the eights. They're in. Here they go. Johnny Gray now needs to hit to survive after Boz gets his double up with ace queen against ace jack. Johnny Gray now all in with ace jack.
So Boz, if he wins this, he's going to be right up there. Johnny needs a double, so ace or jack needed to find. We did just see one go in the muck.
Do we hit as Johnny? Queen 9-3 is not the cards we need to see. We're down to an ace or a jack to survive for Johnny Gray, former champion here in Blackpool, and it's not. It's King of Clubs. We lose Johnny Gray for £4,020 in 19th place. What are you doing? Another all in. Oh, you ain't.
So we got Usman and Mike Allen.
Usman Ulak.
Usman with the ace-9 of clubs, Mike Allen with the kings. There's a club in the window and an ace on the flop.
100% today, as always. You've got the kings.
Got to find a king and doesn't, so we are going to lose Mike Allen from the tournament as well. Back-to-back bust-outs on each of those tables, both busting very similar times. Mike Allen in 18th place for £4,020.
Wowzers. I wonder what you were doing. I didn't know there was another elimination on the outer tables. Get you with the knowledge. Well done, Mike. Michael Allen, 4,020, which means we're on 17. Dad will fix it on YouTube. You're Enid's eldest and Vinny's his stepdad. Best dad you could ask for. Such a nice man. Great family. The lot of him. I don't think I've met yet. I met the daughters and obviously Josh and Vinny as well. And Enid. If Vinny gets to the final table, the bit loudest rail ever because Enid's. Come on, Vinny! Come on, Vinny! She'll be like that all day.
So this Boz opening in the cut-off here, and Phil with the pocket nines. Phil working with what is over 30 bigs here. Just sub 35. Going to free bet to 86. I'm guessing we're free bet calling this off as Phil with the nines here versus Boz's cut-off opening range. And it's not even a cut-off open really. It's effective button open with the dead button in play. So free bet from Phil. Could have potentially ripped that as well, but Boz just going to make a quick fold with the pocket fours.
I feel like I've only just got him. I don't want to give him away.
Oh no.
So, we've got Rob coming over to the table.
Oi. Afternoon, Carl Davis watching on Facebook. How are we? We're all very good. Been very busy this weekend. You've been busy this weekend, not seen anything till now. Jay's feeling better. He is. He's been with us all week. He's had a wander into work to get some fresh air every morning. Yep. He's loved his walk in the morning to get to work. Not. There is a free roll tonight, Bernie, yes, 6 p.m. We'll give you the password around about 3 o'clock. And North Cyprus is watching yet again. Mehmet Alil, it has been another outstanding turnout and festival from Grosvenor. It has indeed. The numbers in Blackpool have just been absolutely insane. You think year on year you can't top it and you can't get any bigger and I can't get any better, but it just tops it every single year. 200 in the Omaha, over 100 playing the seniors. There was 194 in the Bounty last night. Just amazing numbers.
All weekend, it's just been great. Like the tour this year, it's been insanely good. I've never ever expected the numbers we've had this year, and credit to everyone. Everything that goes on behind the scenes, getting everything done. And the turnouts have just been incredible. Yeah. As we see John here should be defending this one, a suited queen getting this price, but maybe against Boz might think better of it. I think Boz, if there was a live betting tower, I think he's just gone favourite with this stack. If there was a live betting book in play, I think now he's up to 750k. He will be one of the favourites in the field. Been here many a time before, as we see the 10-8-5 rainbow board. So 2 overs to the 7s. Boz, he's going to opt to check this one. Now got Johnny Chu. Going to come in for a lead here as a bluff for 33k, and Boz not going to be going anywhere. He's going to make the call. And this should be a go check tower. I don't think Johnny's ever he's never going to bluff this ace on the river once it hits Boz's range, and it does snap check, and Boz going to take another one up to 860k. What a start for that man.
My wife was best. Get the train to the lakes, got the wrong train and woke up in Scotland. It happens. And I guess it happens a lot more than you think. Getting on the wrong train, not getting off at the right stop and having to change over and do things. Oh dear, brilliant.
Tower, what's the best you've ever cashed?
I don't know, about £4.68 and a packet of peanuts. Not a lot. Not a great deal. Used to play the local games on a regular basis years ago. I've had a couple of wins and a couple of finals and what have you, but nothing major. Nothing major. The password will be about 3 o'clock.
Tails opening 9-7 now. He's got the chips. He's going to start applying pressure. And Johnny Woo's in with a Jack 9 suited in the small. These two going to lock horns again. Action on Mark. He's going to make the call. Go to the flop.
Yeah, the problem with the flop, regarding the flop, Adam Kelly watching on YouTube, obviously with the RFID and the chips are in the cards, the overhead cam, there's no OBS, you see. We don't have a production team that press buttons and click buttons and do things like that. If you did, the cost of it would be 10x. The RFID works on the first card hitting the flop, and then the RFID changes automatically to the overhead cam for the cameras, and we obviously wait. Yeah, we'd love an OBS, but imagine the cost of it. The table itself works fantastic. You don't see cameras anymore, and you don't see the holes in the rail like you used to, and the under table cameras with the glass boxes.
People speaking to the commentators through the glass box. Remember when Phil Helmy done that to Devilfish, when Devilfish was in the booth, when he got called and he goes, "Really, Fish, am I going to bust like this?" Looking at the whole car camera through the glass.
Cardroom directives and obviously the technology, and you see what happened 10 years ago to what is happening now. It's changed so much. But if it is a slight delay, we do apologise. We'd love it to be absolutely instantaneous. Sometimes there is a slight delay on some of the cards to the others, but it's a fantastic job. The table and the cards, as you can see, instantly moves over to a 3-2-9 flop.
Yeah, it's bottom pair, top kicker for Paul. Probably wants to be firing in this one. Like as I always say, just a bit of equity denial to hand like Rob has. Good example in this situation, like just random holdings that are just overcards to our deuce with no draw. So Paul does fire and gets that one through.
But the pictures you see from Cardroom Direct, absolutely amazing. The technology of the years ago, they were using the World Series. It's everywhere now. It's fantastic. Hope it doesn't spoil it if it's a second delay. We have the best team in the world, and we're back again next year. We'll show you the dates that are scheduled in for 2022. Morning, Mum.
Morning, Mum.
Oh, you're all right, Gail? Hope things are well with you. Jack high flop, Jack 4-6.
Top pair, top kicker. Bet fold. Box can't do anything. King high.
I think that's it. You'll have to have a call.
Yeah, absolutely. R.I.P. Devilfish. What a top man. What was the hand where he said that? I can't believe it. Somebody's coming if it's the 5 of spades. He said, I've got the 5 of spades or something, and the term was the 5 of spades. And I'm not I have to try and find the YouTube clip of that, because that was unbelievable. Oh, amazing. Yeah. Yeah, if the 5 of spades comes now, you're in trouble or something, or whatever it was. Or I've got the 5 of spades, so you're in trouble. And then the turn card was the 5 of spades, and everybody just burst out laughing. He says, I can't even believe it, I even got one outed on myself.
To Mark, opening card for the ace-9 suited. Phil here not going to be going anywhere with King Jack, going to defend at the very least, and just going to opt for defend. It's up to the flop. 9-7-3 rainbow, good flop here for the ace-9 of Mark. Going to be betting this one almost always. After flopping top pair, top kick up, plenty we can get called by as well versus big blind calling range. There's plenty of gut shots, straight draws on this on this board, as well as worse 9x, 7x, 3x as well. We're going to stick around once. What's Phil up to here? Comes in for a raise. Interesting, very interesting. So Phil here basically trying to say to Mark, like, as soon as we raise his board, yes, he may have like some king 9, ace 9 that he might raise for value in this particular spot versus cut-offs open, but other main value hand should be the 9-7 pocket freeze, 7-3 suited. That's about it. There's not too many, and there's a whole catalogue of bluffs here. You've got Jack 10, 16 combos. You've got 10, 8, 16 combos. 5, 6 a double gut shot here, and then maybe you might have some like 4 or 5 suited with backdoor flush draws with a gut shot in there as well. So he's got a whole host of bluffs here, and not too much value that I can come up with. So this is a decent spot here for us as Mark, and just rips it in with the ace-9 and a snap fold from Phil. Credit for trying, but unfortunately just ran into it on that occasion.
Afternoon, Tower and J, says Tony Murphy, what's the payouts from now? There we go, rolling across the bottom of the screen is the prize ticker. So the prize is rolling across the bottom of the screen for the 19 players that came back. 140,000 and a bit of juice for first place. 100,000 for second, for the second event running.
Wow.
Because we are very close. We just beat the Luton number. I think it was 518 in Luton, 533 in Blackpool. Hey Donna, how's the weather in Blackpool? It was awful last week when you were up at half term. Windy. If I could play golf and I was driving on the first, yesterday the wind was with us on the would have been with us on the first. I'd have drove to the 6th. It was that windy. And Jay walked in and had a domestic.
I had a little I had an umbrella. I flew in like Mary Poppins Tower. I could have just took an umbrella, opened it, and I'm at the casino in 5 minutes. It was that bad out there today.
So Boz flops a set. We'll carry on that very shortly, but Boz flops a set. Paul's going up and down straight draw with a pair. Paul Fisher's going to do a few chips here.
Yeah,
if he doesn't actually hit the straight. The 3 of diamonds on the turn is a bit of a brick. So Boz with a set of 8s going for another bet.
Yeah, definitely Tower. He's going to size up here as well. I think he's definitely going to go a lot larger than he went on the flop, nearer the pot size, I think, on this particular board texture versus calling range of Paul. And 67, so I've opted for around 60%. So gone a little bit larger, not as large as I expected, but 8s here. Obviously very vulnerable. There are some action killers for us, not necessarily cards that are going to put us behind, but cards that can kill our action as well. But Paul not going to be going anywhere here with his second pair and up and down straight draw versus this particular opponent. Bob's very aggressive player, can certainly be in with a bluff in this particular scenario. Paul just going to call and take a river, which is the deuce of spades, so that's the check mark for Boz. Such a clean run out for our pocket 8s here on this board, and if we're Boz going to be coming in for value, plenty of hands we can get called by, target some Jack X, not really too much 2-pair you expect Paul to have in this spot, so might opt, I don't know, probably like half, 120, 130, that sort of size. It's just running through his head now what size to up, what's he think Paul's got, like are we going to target a Jack here, and if we target a Jack, I like 130, 140, that sort of sizing. Looks like Paul can definitely have a Jack in this spot once he calls twice. It looks like he's gone big. Is that big? That's 170. Is that 170 from Boz Tower? 145, my mistake. 145. So this I like this sizing, literally just trying to really put a Jack in a tough spot. Like if Paul sat here with Jack 7, Jack 10, Queen Jack, even some Jack 5, Jack 6 suited that he can peel out the big blind, he's going to be in a tough spot here against Boz. And Paul thinking about putting on the cape here versus Jamie O'Connor. Really, really nice size that Boz has chose here, I think. and he's actually got called by a 9, and Paul's going to get the bad news and sees the pocket 8s, and came in for the hero call. But now Boz, 1.2 million. If you've got money on this man, the way you started, you are in good shape, I can tell you that. Boz blown out the traps, up to 1.2 million, and an unbelievable start to him for the day for him. But really like the river sizing he opted to choose there versus that particular opponent. Like, Paul's going to have a tough time folding Jack. We can see he's actually called a 9 in that particular scenario.
So the scheduled dates for 2022 are with us, and there they are, Jay. Get them in your calendar, sunshine.
Yep, they're in.
Get them in. I know you'll be waiting for the schedule to come out for London to find out what you'll be playing for the new year. But the full schedule is there regarding all the events. Good to have Coventry back on. Berry New Road, Reading, Luton twice. The Vic 3 times, including the grand finals, pretty standard. Blackpool, Leeds, Edinburgh, all the usual suspects. But another fantastic year. Don't forget the gap in the middle between leg 7 and leg 8 is because Goliath will be there. If the gap between 6 and 7 means you can get to the World Series, good luck. I think leg 7, when we finish on the 3rd of July, I think this lad might be jetting over to London, jetting over to Vegas for the World Series, fingers crossed. And his first ever. We might even have to go in for a week, see what the crack is. But as soon as the schedule for the World Series comes out, I know that's your plan and that's your aim, and that's one thing to tick off.
Yep, of course.
For the big one. But there's plenty there for everybody. So make sure you get involved for 2022. The dates are set. Goliath dates are set, and we again look forward to another hugely successful season of the GUKPT.
So we've got Boz here with Ace 4 suited, opens in the hijack, and Phil with Ace 8 here, working with what is 25 big blinds. Boz been opening a whole host here, so Phil might be thinking about going with this one potentially. I wouldn't actually hate it against this particular opponent, but I don't know, maybe fold our offsuit and shove our suited, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Gets out of the way.
Trezani, do you consider yourself a pro, semi-pro, recreational player?
I don't know, Tower. I don't know. I've just
plays poker and enjoys it.
Just plays poker. That's it. That's it. Really, that's all I do. And this on the side, obviously, which is a little job on the side, but I wouldn't even know what to class myself.
Does play poker a lot.
But anyone could be a pro. If someone works a 9 to 5, quits their job and says I'm going to play poker, they've got like £5 roll to go and play, and then technically they're a pro. They're trying to do that for a living. But it's been a long time in this game. Getting old now. Getting old.
Celebrate good times. Come on, PK's round the box. That's it. Diet's gone through window today.
Better have more teeth than this one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was the big issue, wasn't it, in Leeds? The big issue. Just a really smart wreck.
Yeah.
I like it. Is there a link for the payouts? They scroll across the bottom on a regular basis. For the final, and then obviously when we get eliminated players, we'll update the players get eliminated. But if you want to see the payouts, they come scrolling across the bottom right now.
Nick, if you go WSOP next year, would you sell any action on any staking sites? Wouldn't be on any staking sites. do. But with the WSOP next year, there'll be a few pieces going to a few certain people that I've always sold to over the year, but it won't be anything posted or anything on any sites.
Let me quickly just show you. There we go. We got it up. 140, 100,000 and juice, 63. More or less the same as Luton. I think it was 15 more players here than Luton, which everybody said you've no chance of getting Luton's record in Blackpool. Whatever. Whatever. It's Blackpool. You do like to walk along the prom where the brass bands play. Tiddly pom pom. So everybody's locked up 4,020. We're now on 17.
Yeah, 4,600.
So 4,600 locked up now. So there's the prize. We'll flick it on a regular basis. So 17 players left. Yeah, always good if you class yourself as a handy poker player that you want. That's what you want to do.
I wouldn't actually class myself as I'd class myself as a recreational tournament player. I'd class myself as a professional cash game player, and that's probably what I'd say.
Like it.
I'd say recreational tournament, but when it comes to cash, that's just been my living for such a long time now. So
Yeah.
regarding cash games, I think that's probably the best way to put it to answer your question.
Like it. Any sign of a Cav Cup coming? Oh, always good fun remembering our Cav. I think there were talks about it. If it happens next year, I know Rick Gilby and Nick, the GM, were having a chat. There are a couple of dates in January that were being posted about. Can't be in January now, unfortunately. Later in the year, maybe, but I'm sure Rick, who organises a lot of the Cav Cup, will be having discussions, I'm sure. You're not wrong. Best party night of the entire year. And luckily for us, Goliath will have Joker's Wild. Somebody said at the bar the other day, if you're doing Joker's Wild next year, and you're going to be dressing up, it's got to be something special for the first one back in a couple of years. So get your thinking caps on. I won't wear a mankini. Apart from that, they chuck everything else at me, as in the morning of Joker's Wild, ER Tower, this is what you're wearing. What? Yeah, that was literally it. The morning of ER Tower, wear this, it might fit. Nearly did. But yeah, it's definitely be back for 2022's Goliath, the Joker's Wild.
Mark says, do you class yourself as a professional potfold player or crash? Don't. I hate to think the money I'm down at that game. Fun game. Fun game. You ever play Crash Tower?
Crash,
Yeah.
13 card,
Yeah.
4-3 hands.
Yeah.
Shit
Great
at
game.
it. I mean, I'm good at that. Used to be. It was a card game. It was a card game that my mum introduced me to cards with. We played Crash, me, my two sisters, and my mum. 40, so we can only play 400. We played Crash on a regular basis, and that was the card game we always played. That and gin rummy. 4 at one and 3 at other as they started, and then you went to 3-card brag when you went to the pub, and it were 5 blind, pence by the way.
Yeah.
5 blind. Oh, for God's sake, stop doing that. Got boring. And then poker came along. Yeah, Pryler 3s, biggest hand, and weirdly, is it if you get 4 of a kind, it's
4 fours.
It's 4s are the highest hand.
four-
How does that work?
No, if you get 4 fours, you just win the game outright. That's
Oh,
what
right,
we
okay.
play. And if you get 4 of a kind, you get paid. If you're playing 150, you get paid £50 from every player if you get 4 of a kind.
Yeah.
Fan, your seating on screen, you will be starting your event shortly. Players, you're welcome to start making way to the front room. Thank you.
So back to the action because we've got Rob opening cut off with the ace-8 suited, Boz flat and unknown holding on the button, and Paul Fisher's got a nice hand defending the big in terms of ace-9 and diamond. So 3-way to this flop. Lovely flop here for Rob, flopping nut flush draw on Jack-9 deuce. 2 hearts here. Like, he might even choose to check this one tower simply because of Boz's range on the button. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yes, we flopped the nut flush draw, but we got a bit of a deception if the heart comes in. The thing is, Boz is going to be, like, the Jack-9's going to hit him quite a lot on the button. He's going to have a lot of these, like, suited connected type hands, Queen-Jack, 10-9, 10-8 suited, these type of holdings. So, like Rob's decision to check the nut flush draw on this particular board, and now we're faced with a 20k bet from Paul, opting for less than quarter pot, between quarter and fifth, and obviously we're not going anywhere here as Rob just going to make the call in position, and action now on Boz on the button. Don't know what he's got, but he's going to make the call here. So could easily have backdoor clubs in this spot. Boz, definitely a hand he can have. He can maybe have some check back top pairs, some like Jack 10 suited that he's incorporated into check back range, and the 7 of spades on the river. So Paul Fisher wants to be checking this one now unless he's going to go really small. Well, he is going to go for a bet. Maybe try and get called by some worse 9x potentially. But yeah, it's gone really small. If we are going to bet, I like the small sizing. And Rob here with just ace high. Very difficult for us to do anything here with Boz behind. Be surprised if he didn't just get out of the way, and not much we can do there as Rob. And now over to Boz on the button here. And I was just about to say, I don't know what Boz has got, but Boz usually pounces on weakness, and I'm not sure if Paul is going to be balanced in these like 5th pot, quarter pot river bets. I think a lot of the time it's going to just be one pair, and I thought to myself Boz might be thinking about attacking that, and I think Boz might have had the best hand. What did Boz have? No, Paul had the best hand. Yeah, I thought he tapped the table. Nice value from Paul there on the river. I'm guessing Boz just had a worse 9, maybe 9-10 suited. That'll check that flop.
Dave Thomas, first live poker game in Blackpool was awesome. Cashed in 39th, giving me the confidence to put a bankroll away. So you'll be seeing a lot more of you at the events. Nice one, Dave. Dave Thomas, cashing in 39th. We're going to be back for more. Obviously changing dealers in the outer table, which is why the doorman is stood there. You don't want to mess, do you?
You don't want to mess with that dealer.
Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Rubbish these cards, dealer. You what? What did you just say?
So blinds are up for the first time today. We're going to be playing 5k, 15k after this hand. Is it 5.15 or is it 10.15? We will find out.
10.15.
10.15. 10.15 after this hand. Old Johnny Woo. Here comes Johnny Woo. Gets it through with the King Queen. So blind's going up in 3 seconds, so 10k, 15k.
That's what it's on the screen. That one starts at 1, right? So, sure the clock's at 10. It is 18. It's at 16. I ain't been showed here, you know what I mean? Why are we watching all of this? I don't know why it's on. It's doing nothing. Can't we have one of these? I've been watching this. Have one of them with the clock on. An idea of what's happening. This days that, you know what I mean? Nice to keep an eye on it. Just to repeat.
17 players left. We started with 19. Johnny Gray and Michael Allen went out within 2 minutes of each other. As soon as we get to 16, you'll see 2 tables of 8. The seniors have started, as you can see in the background.
Small opening King Queen under the gun, raises to 32. Now I'm going to make the call with the ace-5 in the big and heads up action to the flop. Ace-8-3, 2 hots. So this is a board that's perceived to be better for us here as Rob, so wouldn't be coming in for a continue here, probably around 25, some sort of that remit. That's exactly what he does. Just going to get so many folds here from the big blind on this ace high ball once we open it under the gun, but Mark actually has an ace in this spot. So to the turn. The 6 of clubs. That's an interesting one for Rob here, and it looks like he is going to opt to double barrel here, Tower. He's looking at his chips and basically saying and telling the story to Mark here that he's got pocket 8s, he's got ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, one of these holdings here, and it's just a tough spot now for Mark as well, because the thing is he's bet 96k if we call. What are we doing versus Rob's river jam? So it's a really tough spot here now with the ace-5. Like, Rob's probably targeting the wheel draws, the heart draws, the 8x, the 3x with this particular size. He probably doesn't ever expect an ace to fold in this particular spot. So interesting to see how this one plays out. But Mark here got to understand that Rob is going to have some stronger aces in this spot. Obviously difficult for him to still have an ace because we've got 1 in our hand, only 2 remain in the deck. Maybe can have some like Broadway hearts, Jack Queen of hearts, King Queen of hearts, King 10 of hearts, so on, that is opting to double barrel here as a bluff. Like if he's got hands like 10s through kings, he wouldn't be double barreling, that would be a clear check. So Mark in a bit of a nasty spot here with the ace-5, because Rob's never going to come in for 2 streets of value for worse with a worse hand than ace-5. So if it is value here from Rob, Mark is going to be in a tough spot, and this is not what I want to see, Tower. I think we should just be calling there as Mark with the ace-5, and Rob's going to have to fold now. But the ace-5 gets it through, but we want to keep all of Rob's bluffs in. Like if he does have a hand like he has, we've got them drawing dead, we've got the check mark, we want to try and induce bluffs on the river. Like if we think Rob's right, call and call river. Might as well call there, call river, because if we shove and Rob does have the ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, he calls us. We're in bad shape. I think if we want to go with it there, it's better to just flat and call the shove on the river from Rob. But still got the job done. Still got the job done. It's just very, very difficult. Like it doesn't really achieve much. We're never getting called by worse hand. We're only ever getting called by better. So all it really achieves, it maybe just shuts the hand down and we take the pot. But when Rob doesn't have it, but when he doesn't have it, that's why we want to be flattened, because he's going to be drawing dead with those type of holdings that we spoke about, like they're his double barrels. You say Boz is chilling. He's going to open the 10-9.
1.2 mil for the Boz. If you had him this morning at 20s with 261,000 starting stake, you might be feeling pretty happy at this moment in time.
You're going to be loving it, absolutely loving it. He's favourite now, Tower. Like I say, if there was a live book, Boz has to be favourite now in this stage, just because of the experience factor. He's played many a final table in his career. He's used to it. He's used to day threes, big day threes, playing for lots of money. And that experience can come in handy later on in the day.
Do we know when the Goliath schedule will be out? Gypsy Boy 84 watching on Twitch. Early in the new year there'll be some exclusives regarding what's going to be happening in Goliath, and as soon as we get a full schedule, I'm sure Jim will send it over, but probably not until early next year, maybe leg 1 when we start again.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Chelsea fan, but we're gonna get called. Chelsea fan says, would it make sense since he would likely be facing a river shove? But that's what we want with the ace-5 there. Like when we shove, we're gonna get called if we're behind. So when we don't get called, we know then Rob's got a bluff there. However, if we just flat, we keep them bluffs in of Rob, and the bluffs are going to be like the King Queen, the King Jack, the King 10, the Broadway holdings, removal to some strong ace X, and then we can just call river, just call turn, and then if he goes around the river call, it's the same as shove and turn, because if he's got the ace king, ace queen, ace jack, he's going to call those on the turn anyway. He's going to call us off on the turn if he's got us beat. So all better hands are calling when we shove there, and all worse hands are folding, and a lot of the time we fold out Rob's hands that are drawing dead, exactly what we've done in that situation. But like I say, there was a lot in the pot. Maybe he did just want to shut it down and take it.
17 left in Blackpool out of the 533 that played the event. 125 I think it was in the seniors, which again is ridiculous.
Check.
125 in the seniors. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing yet again. Boz, Phil is all in. 217,000. We've not seen. No, he's not all in. Apologies. Apologies, Boz is not calling the all in. It wasn't an all in manoeuvre. What's happening?
Oh my God, that's the worst one.
What's happening with the graphics? It's not Phil that's in the hand. Sorry about the graphics, guys. Marking C8. Sixes for Boz. Flop to set. Scoops in the stacks. Sorry about that, guys.
You're the youngest here, bro.
Good man. Here's Queen for Boz this time after flopping a set of 6 last hand.
Yeah, 3-betting the cut-off open from Rob, and Rob can't do much with the Queen Jack off,
Boz
but get out of the
is
way.
absolutely bossing it at the minute. Bossing 1.6 mil from Boz. Cards are being changed. His last picture was his winning picture on the database when he won the GUKPT back in 2012, and he's still got that same smile on his face. He beat Dean Swift heads up. 155 runners in Luton that year, 2012. It was basically the couple of years after the slump in the world, and the numbers were pretty low. But Jamie O'Connor, old Ball's got himself that win. Dean Swift second. Tim Blake, who's now retired to Spain. Luke Swartz on the final as well. Mitch Johnson's still playing. Andy Hill's still playing. All on the final. That was Boz's GUKPT win back in Luton. But he's now, if not the chip leader in the room, he's very close to it. Rob comes to the table. Rob Duras is all in. Not being Johnny Chew scoring. Is Andy Miles still in? Is Andy Miles still miles ahead? He's on the outer tables. Is Andy? Good afternoon, Kane. Just logged in. We might need an updated picture for Boss, and you never know, you might just get it. Yeah, there has, unfortunately. Sabre here, Bass, you're absolutely correct. I don't know what the issue is, but hopefully not.
We'll figure out what they got anyway. We'll try to.
Absolutely. So chip leader on our table is Boz. Still on 17. No eliminations from the room so far. Still on 17. We've lost 2. Johnny Gray on our table, and then Michael Allen on the outer table as we saw the hands just he was being eliminated.
Online. Johnny Chew going to check, and Mark's going to do the same. Complete, sorry. And Mark's going to check his option with the Queen 4 of clubs, Ace King 2, 2 hearts. First sign of aggression. Usually going to take this down, and bet a 25k here from Johnny Chew on the Ace King board. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mark call once here with Queen High. Will be the best hand some of the time, blind on blind. We've got some really nice backdoors as well. Backdoor, Broadway, wheel and flush draw, but Cobster just let this one go. The thing we got to be aware of as well in that situation, like with 17 bigs to start the hand, like Johnny Chew's going to shove a lot of his ace X there. So on the ace king X type board, when he does start firing, like a lot of the time it's not going to be an ace. So king X is probably going to check. So like, what has he got in that particular scenario? If you really delve into it, you think about stack sizes pre, what hands he's supposed to shove off that amount of big blinds. But still takes it down. Nice little pick up from Gart.
So on 17, if you want to know the price pool, quickly show you the price pool right there. 140 up top, 163, 36, 24. Final table, look up 9.1. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Ace 5 suited for Boz under the gun. Going to open, and Rob with the king 4 of spades going to defend this one in the big blind. Rob now fairly short, working with 16 bigs to start the hand. King 8-3 rainbow board, so Rob's going to outflop Boz here, and going to be checking this over to Boz, because Boz is going to be continuing this very high frequency. The King 8-3 rainbow board is just going to have so many bets on this one. And we just want to call here as Rob with the King 4, no need to raise versus Boz is under the gun opening range. He's going to have the better King X than us. He's going to have the pocket 8s and 3s in there as well, so just want to be calling and taking some turns. Which is the 9 of spades, so Rob picking up flush draw to go with his top pair. Boz just comes in with the give up. Deuce of diamonds, really dry board here. So the King 4 of Rob is best.
Rob Duras going to get some well needed chips.
Yeah, this pot's going his way, whatever happens here. Like, he might even check here, Tower, simply because, like, okay, but Boz snap checks behind. But I was going to say, once he calls flop, like, his range is going to be King X, 8X and 3X. So if he does check, I was going to say Boz might apply a bomb to an 8 or a 3, because maybe Bob assumes he's going to release lead small of a king, but it just goes check, check, and Rob Duras going to take that one. Justin, I'm not sure how he's getting on. Old Andy Miles, he's on the outer table.
Yeah, we'll get an update very soon.
He'll be on the featured next session, as long as he don't bust. So
very soon we'll get a card, we'll get a pan of the second table and give you the chip counts in front of the guys at the same time. That'll be relatively up to date as well. We'll do that. Raggy cashed yesterday, but he's not still in. Didn't make day 3. Well, we've got the shapes, you see. yeah. You stick the right music on, and the shapes come out. Nice one, Hog King. Good to have you here in Blackpool. And Sabre Eabas got Henderson at 17s, Chris Johnson at 9s, and Mr. Miles at 13s. Very nice indeed.
So Paul, once folded to us in the hijack, want to be opening this particular ace X, ace 9, makes it 32. Boz going to defend the 8-3 suited in the big blind, getting this price for an after one on his money. and flops bottom 2 as well with the 8-3, so disguised on the King 8-3 board. And Paul going to come in for a continue here for 20k, and just a snap raise from Boz with the bottom 2 pair to 65. And Paul Fisher with the ace-9 here can't do much but get out of the way. And I like the raise there from Boz as well. We can rep some spade draws, and Paul going to be King X heavy as the opener pre. Going to have a tough time folding all his King X, so just went for value straight off the bat. So Boz just effectively setting Phil all in, and Phil not going to be able to do anything with a 6 high, going to have to get out of the way. It's an annoying seat we got. We're just going to get absolutely pounded on by Boz now. Times it's folding rounds blind on blind, like Boz could have absolutely anything here in the small, just applying max pressure to Phil with his particular stack size. Shows him a lady, that looks like.
Still on 17. We started the day with 19. We did say hang on to your hats. We have 25-25s coming up. Newcastle Walsall 9th till the 12th of December. It's great that they are back on the schedule. There's going to be more next year incorporated on the circuit. Leeds, Berrynew Road, collecting prize pools and then adding them together, and the final day will be in Leeds on the 19th of December, and Luton the same weekend as well, 16th to the 19th of December. Plenty more 25-25s coming up next year, but that is live. 25-25s coming back this year in December.
So Paul's got pocket 4s here, just like action error, but that will be sorted very soon. Wait for Dave to rectify that, and oh, maybe he hasn't got 4s. I saw pocket 4s and I thought he'd opened. He's in the big blind. Must have been a fold from old Johnny Chew under the gun with the 4s. Now Rob opening to 32k in the cutoff. Rob started this hand with 285, so he's got like 17 bigs here, Rob. And it's going to be raise and take for him, a well-needed pickup. Raise and take. Paul can't defend with the 5 deuce, and Rob back up over the 300k mark.
Chris Johnson still in, fighting it on. Boz, the big mover today so far. 291,000. Oh, what's happening? Paul Jackson coming to the table because David Greenough has just been eliminated on table number 3, which means we're down to 16 and 2 tables. Paul Jackson coming to our table, and Richard Horton coming there as well. Rich been on the circuit for years. Boz, Paul Jackson, Phil Clark, Lee Horton, Paul Fisher, Johnny Chew, Mark Elliott, and Mr. Duras, Robert Duras. They are the 8 going to be entertaining us as we're down to 16.
So they're going to open from Mark with the ace-9. We are full ring again now. Still opts to open and gets that one through.
Naito, do you think a player has an advantage at a table with a smartphone with potential software apps? Absolutely not. No, that is why we change the tables every 2 hours. The dealers get changed, there's no inside dealings going on. If you've got a software app, you're going to need inside information. You're going to need the back end. You're going to need to be able to get into the computer. Anything like that, 100% never happens. So your answer will be a no at all times, because the players change every 2 levels. Tournament poker is different to cash poker, where all the controversy started. And we have a lot of decorum regarding GUKPT, and it's never an issue.
So Phil, Jack 7 suited. In they go. 10 bigs.
All the best, he says. John's in front as he slams them down. 100% is in front.
Yeah, well in front. Ace King beat Jack 7 suited.
At least leave it until
So he's going to get.
Huh?
So Phil,
Dead.
Oi, oi.
Dead.
Oi,
That's
no
it. That's
way.
it. 100%.
That's
Give that man the check mark. That's one way to double up. Easy as that. Boom. What a flop. It's all about timing. Flop your opponent dead.
There you go.
And get your double up. And Johnny Chew. Unlucky for him. He's now working with what is 7 big blinds.
I'll have a coffee, please.
Now this is called all hands on deck. There's only a couple of valets logged into work today.
Yeah.
So they're short-staffed. They've worked a lot of hours this week.
Yeah.
But there's no staff on at this moment in time. I don't know whether they weren't expecting it to be busy or not. Cara, the massage girl, says, if you give me a drinks order, I'll go and fetch them for you.
She's a star. She's a star, ain't she?
I tell you what, no valets available, I'll take your drinks order. So she's taking the drinks order for all the table. How good is this? Nice one, Cara. Well done, you.
Push them over. Chino sugar. 35.
So Paul Jackson opens the 35. King Jack under the gun +1. Action is going to be on Rob in the big blind. 7-6 of diamonds. Wants to be defending this particular hand. Very nice suited connector. Going to flop very well. Going to hit a lot of flops with this one. So Rob not going to be going anywhere. Has to flick and defend with this particular candidate. Both players catch a piece, so Rob definitely going to lose at least the street here, unless Paul opts for some extortionate sizing, but don't expect that from Paul. So Paul opts for 35 into 94, so opting for a little bit more than third pot, and if with Rob here, we're going to have the call. We got middle pair, we got some really nice backdoors. We go ahead of some of Paul's opening range under the gun +1. And the turn is the 9 of hearts, so we now pick up a gut shot to go with our pair. Check, check, so Paul incorporating some pot control there on the turn. Understands that Rob's going to have all 16 combos of 7-8 in the big. He can have also turned some 2-pair, and now Paul Jackson's going to be coming in for some value on the river once Rob checks it over to us, and I'm not sure how Rob's ever going to call here with a 6. King Queen, King 10, those are the only real hands that we beat in this particular scenario. He's going to make the call, doesn't believe Mr. Jackson. Ah! What a boss! What a boss! What an absolute boss move this is. He's just absolutely attacked this sizing. Because Paul's gone so small here, he's gone 35k, he's gone tiny on the river. Rob's going to be pretty aware that he probably doesn't think Paul's ever going to do this with 2-pair plus. So Rob probably knows that Paul's just going to be capped here a lot of the time using this size on the river with a 1-pair hand, and Rob can credibly rep a lot of hands here. We can have ace-5, we can have ace-6, 7-8. Once the turn goes check-check, we're going to check 7-8 on the river because the ace is good for Paul's range, and we want to get a bet out of the ace-x hands. And this is beautiful from Rob Duras, and he's going to get the fold, and well played from that man. I thought he flicked in the call town. I was about to say it's a bit of a bad call, but that is the move that not many players would have even thought about, and that is really, really nice from him. Removal to some 2-pairs, removal to the 7-8 suited that would still open early position, and a very, very lovely rip there from Rob in seat 9. Well played. That man was not expecting that. It's so hard to do that on a day 3 when you're playing for 140k on a featured table. It's so difficult to pull the trigger there, but Rob Duras got the moves, and that's definitely why I said he was one of the value bets at the start of the day. At 25 to 1, the guy can play. And Paul's kicking himself for not checking behind there with a King Jack. Went for some thin value versus against some worse Jack X, perhaps some 9X that had a straight draw on the flop, 9-8, 9-7, those type of holdings. But well played, Rob.
Well played, Rob, indeed. We are on 16 players. Just got down to 2 tables of 2 tables of 8, sorry. 16.
Mr. Fisher going to take that one after flopping a flush draw. Comes in for the continue and gets it done.
Please, Derek Freeze, make your way to the desk. That's Derek Freeze, make your way to the desk.
Thank you very much, Cara.
And Derek Freeze, Mark Brooks. That's Mark Brooks and Derek Freeze, your seat.
Tell me 20 minutes. Yeah, no. I'll make you wait 20 minutes. I'm prepared for 20 minutes of hat abuse. Just follow him around up red.
So Paul Jackson still in the mix with 16 players left.
Cash is already up and running today.
Already.
On a Sunday.
Yeah, already on a Sunday. Get it in. Go on then. We'll have a game. There'll be plenty of players in the seniors as well that we've not seen for a while. How is Chris getting on? Says Francis.
When I went and got the tees, he seemed like he had about 800k.
Excellent.
So around what he started the day with.
Yeah.
To have one, Helen McLean and Rakesh Gupta, please wait to this. Rakesh Gupta. So have a seat on cash. Alec Wong, please make way to table 2. Cash 2 for Alec Wong, 42 over.
So they're going to open from Rich with the ace jack and Moxon come in with a 3-bet in the hijack, unknown holding. It's on really small here, Tower, unless it's a limp from Richard. I don't think it is. It looks like 35k and Mark's clicked it from 35 to 60. And if this isn't aces or kings, Tower, I'd be very surprised. Like, when someone goes this small, like, it's just alarm bell central a lot of the time, and well, we're going to find out because we've got the Jack 6 deuce flop.
Top for Richard Horton.
It's like basically click this back. Like, when players do this, it's just always like aces or kings, and I've seen it so much experience in these spots, and when we're faced with these small 3-bets, they're usually just so weighted towards nutted holdings. And Mark here betting 105k, and we're about to find out, because Rich here with ace jack, like, personally I just fold pre with this particular hand because I know we're getting an unbelievable price. We're out of position, but like, it's just alarm bell central for me. I think a lot of the time when someone clicks it, especially this stage of the tournament, and even though I can see Rich has got an ace here, I wouldn't be surprised if we were still up against. There's only 3 combos left of aces, but there's the all in.
Announced all in. Rich Horton.
Like, if this isn't aces or kings, Tower, I'll be shocked. I'd be really shocked, because just like I said, straight off the bat, when he 3-bet to that size, they're the 2 hands that come to mind straight away. It's, people just don't 3-bet that small ever as a bluff, not even with ace king. So what else is he supposed to have here? I just think he's going to have aces, even though I can see Rich has an ace in his hand. There's only 3 combos left in the deck, but Rich in a tough spot here with the ace jack. But I'd probably just fold it pre. I wouldn't be in this situation myself. I might even make the fold on the flop as well, if somehow I make the pill getting that price, trying to, I don't know, flop massive. But top pair, top kicker here for Rich with the ace jack. Going to have a really difficult time making the call. I know we can't see Mark's cards, guys, but I'm 90% sure that he's going to just rock up with aces or kings here. So I know the whole cards aren't showing. It's just that small 3-bet size, straight away alarm bells, and Rich in a tough spot here. He might be thinking, oh, he could have ace king with the diamond, and that's what he's doing it with. He double checked his hand. Rightly so, in the tank, but just think once we get click pre, we're going to let it go. But now we're in this world of hurt, flopping top pair, top kicker. And Richard in the gross spot. I just can't see how Mark doesn't have aces or kings here. It all comes down to that little size and tell pre. It'd be so funny if he called and Mark just had some random airball like King Queen, and I'm completely wrong, but that might be the case. But I just think 95% of the time he's going to show aces or kings here. Probably aces as well, because even kings might not even go that small.
Big decision for Richard Horton. With the ace jack top. Can only put him on aces or kings. Does he make that call? 258,000.
Rakesh Gupta, that's Rakesh Gupta to make your way to the left for your seat.
I don't call here. I definitely do not call here in this particular spot. I don't see how we can. I just
clock wrinkled.
It all comes down to the free bet size improve for me. That's exactly what it comes down to.
Is clock been called?
Did you say the clock's been called?
Yeah. Well, sure the dealers just shouted floor feature.
Who called clock?
I don't know.
But it wouldn't have been Boz. I don't think it would have been Rob.
Yeah. Clock's been called.
Who's called the clock here?
Don't
We're playing
know.
for 140k.
I don't know.
I'm not a fan of that. He's literally probably had 4 minutes, Tower. Like maybe. Like we're playing for lots and lots of money. This is a massive decision for his tournament. If he calls it and he's wrong, coming back after the break in 15 minutes time, he's going to be left with like 7.5 big. So I just.
It certainly weren't nobody on anybody we can see.
Joe called clock, PK.
Well, Mike came across and said you got 60 seconds. And he makes the fold.
Please, Rakesh Gupta, Simon.
Can't put you on land. That's what I said, it'll be half an hour. I'll probably like to look.
So Rich has to get out of the way as the clock struck down 0. Mark might tell him. Unfortunately for us, the cards didn't show.
We'll never know.
So we'll never know unless we ask Mark Elliott. Last one. Gary Whitehead, eliminated in 16th place for £4,600. We're down to 15.
Yeah, I just don't understand the free bet size. It's literally a click, just sub and.
Half an hour, yeah. You could just say, I'm not going to tell you. You could just say, I'm not going to tell you, like some people do. If you never watch it, you have decency.
I don't know how to sleep at night.
I'm unaware of Mark. I haven't seen him too much on the tour.
So the seniors with 127 in it. We're down to 14 as Gary Whitehead makes £4,600 for coming in 16th. We're on 15. The outer table has, we'll just give you the names of the outer table. We have William Henderson, Vinnie Musson, Anthony Miles, Rampant Rupert, Chris Johnson, Connor Healis and Usman Ul Haq. Gary Whitehead just been eliminated. Mr. Swalls is still chuckling them and massage bartender waitress. She did a great job. She went to find a valet, there was none available unfortunately, and took the drinks order herself. There's Rupert trying to get himself his name on the his face on the TV again.
Bet you couldn't pick a worse. We just grabbed the handball fill. We picked up 2 bounties, Milky Way and Mars bar.
Yes, we got a luxury box of celebrations by one of our viewers coming in to see us today. Anybody want a chocolate? Come and see us. Here comes the bartender. Can we have 2 teas and a coffee? And can we have? And would you like a chocolate? Come on. Well done, you, for taking the drinks order. Don't take the box. Get off. Oi, get off. Take the box. Well done for you for taking the drinks order. We saw it. Yeah, well, they were waiting a while, and you were there.
PK did help.
Well, there you go. Simon, they might be off by the time we get to London, my friend. But have you got a couple for the box? Go on, just you. Nobody else. Hunting for the Maltesers. Found one.
I've got 2 now.
Oh my days.
I know, well, I always watch it on the train home on day 3, and I thought I'll come get a bit of live action with that.
Well, there you go. And you ended up with a train in your hand.
I know. What's that? 2 jobs.
That's a deal. I'll buy you some chocolates. If you're bringing the old build on, let me tell you. Nice one, Simon. We'll see you in London for the grand final. 3 weeks on the trot of live streaming. Whoop, whoop.
I was just going to ask, you guys will know, we don't work.
London, no.
London. So I was wondering if I was to come down and watch an event, what would be the best one to come down and watch?
Probably the 2K, wouldn't it?
Well, you can either watch David A play in the second weekend.
He's my favourite poker player.
Has he got Johnny Chew all in?
David is.
World heavyweight champion of
David A.
boxer.
I thought you said David A. It's your accent. David A.
David A. Johnny Chew's all in. He's got the old 9-5. Mark's got the ace jack on a 6-5 king flop. Johnny Chew needs to fade to survive. Any ace, any jack, any queen, any 10 for a sweat. That's no sweat. Ace for a jack to fade.
That is a sweat.
Or any heart. Just a sweat of a hearts. There's no more hearts in the deck though. Boom! There's the double.
They're back up to 218k. Gonna have 10 bigs coming back after the break. Gives it the
Johnny Chew says I got lucky. Fist pump. Yeah, Blackpool's a fantastic event. Don't know why Rupert keeps getting involved. Seeing what's around, he must be still the short stack on the outer table. I don't think there was a pay jump, was there? Just have a quick look at the pay jump, as you can see on the screen right there. There it is. We're on 15 players, so they've locked up £4,600. Get to the final table, it's 91.90, and then fighting it out for the champion, the title, the Blackpool GUKPT champion, and £140,724.
Yeah, bust out so far today. Johnny Gray was 19th, Mike Allen 18th, David Grinnell 17th, and Gary Whitehead was our last bust out in 16th. He busted about 10 minutes ago. So we are down to 15 players. We've got Paul opening ace 10, raises to 35.
Kate says, did we see the fireworks last night? Only at the tables.
Yeah, only at the tables.
Only at the tables. They were cancelled because of the wind. They were cancelled because of the wind, apparently. And it's just as windy today. One thing you can't do is set fireworks off in the wind.
Present, please. Buddy Love, please make your way to the left. You'll meet in the tournament at Buddy Love.
Buddy Love from Bolton. Still playing the game. Apparently Kev Bloor's playing. Yeah, the firework championships got cancelled. We'll have to repeat it for next week and hope for the best weather. It was blowing an absolute hoolie, as in 40 miles an hour last night.
Yeah, too close, yeah? You done it.
Present, please. Buddy Love and Paul McGuire, make your way to the left. You'll see the tournament. Paul
Chef
McGuire,
Brett says it's nice down south, yeah, but it's better up north. Yeah, I'm not sure with the town on the firework championships. A lot of local firework displays would have been cancelled as well because of the wind, health and safety and all that malarkey. Back in day, we'd have just done it. We'd have just carried on and we'd have just ducked down. Afternoon all. Is the bloke in the seat 6 the one who folded the Ace King suited yesterday?
Yes, he is.
Indeed he is.
Present,
Sure you
please.
did the same
Alan
earlier,
Smith,
right?
you have your seat in the tournament at Alan Smith.
Sure you did the same earlier, right?
Johnny Chew doubled. Excellent. Each one of the now ones later apparently. Cheers, Brad.
Can't wait.
Turned into a weatherman now, seeing as though he doesn't do cooking anymore. Apparently Chef Brad has promised goodies at the final. Apparently.
I hope so. Paul aces, raises it up. Boz going to defend the 8-3 suited in the big blind.
Paul Jackson with the boots. 6-6-2 is the flop.
Yeah, Bob's not going to be putting another penny in this pot. Love the check here from Paul, I must say. Really, really nice from him. Just understanding how far in front we're going to be versus Boz's range or behind. If he does have a 6x out of the big blind, we can induce some bluffs on later streets. But really nice check from Paul there on the flop. Really nice to see. I do like people incorporating checks in with aces on those type of board textures versus big blind range.
Yeah, I'm the only one who can beat it. I'm the only one who can beat it.
If that had been earlier, it would have 640.
So 5 minutes on the clock before we head out on the break, or 6 I should say.
Wow, that's gone quick. Weeselt says, is Boz backed? I have no idea.
Probably not nowadays, I don't think. Maybe in the early days when he started, but I'm not sure. He might have a few swaps here and there with some other players, but I'm guessing he's always got the lion's share of himself in these tournaments. No stranger to this stage of a poker tournament.
Heads up to the flop. Paul Jackson with the sixes, the Mickey Blacks.
Bit of action.
Yeah.
9-7-5 2 hots. Top pair for John after opening, and Paul Jackson with a pair and gut shot. And yeah, this is a bit of a mistake here from Mr. Chew. Like we want to get some value from like some 7x and 5x that Paul can have in the big blind as well. He can incredibly rep this board a lot of the time with his big blind range, but the problem is once we shove 178k into 88, so he's actually gone over 2x pot here with the 10-9, and the problem with this is we fold out everything that we want value from on the flop, and we're only getting called by better. Paul's only going to call with 2 pair plus in this situation versus this size. Paul's good enough to understand once we're faced with this size, we're just never going to be good here with 6s. Yes, some of the time he might rock up with like an ace king, ace queen of hearts, but even with 6s in that spot, that's a coin flip, but never going to be calling here with 6s. It'll take some time, Paul Jackson, but after some deliberation, I'm sure we'll see it unfold here. The pocket 6s, we just need to be right. Way too often, it all comes down to the sizing that Johnny's opted for. It's just way too large, over 2x pot here. Just because we've made top pair, maybe just wants to take the pot down now, doesn't want any bad turns or rivers coming. I would have much just preferred to see like a standard 30k continue here, try and induce something from Paul perhaps out the big blind, rather than shoving for more than 2x pot in this particular scenario. It just becomes a situation now where we're never getting called by worse and we're only getting called by better, and that's not what you want in poker. You want the worst hands to put some chips in, and if we went in for a standard C-bet size there, we would have got a little bit of value from Mr. Jackson, but unfortunately for us as Johnny, that's been left on the table, but he does take the pot and he is still in the tournament. Could have perhaps bet small, Paul would have called, maybe could have binked the 6 or an 8 on the turn. Fair enough, he plays his own game, that man. And he's still in, that's the main thing.
Is Barry Bowes the oldest in the seniors tournament, or does he just look the oldest? I've not seen Barry this week. Surprised I've not seen Barry. No one plays everything in Blackpool. But if he's in the seniors, it could well be. Was there a book run? Yes. Any meaty bets still running well? We've only lost 4 players today. Johnny Gray would have been backed. Mike Allen, not he had a few chips. Dave Greenough wouldn't have been back too much, and I don't think Gary Whitehead would have been either. How many chips in play? 10.6 million. 10.6 million.
Well, Boz, he's got the chips and now he finds the aces. This is a dream when you've been running over the table, you've been opening lots of hands, just very wide, and then finally you look down on the button. No one's ever going to give you credit for it, and you've got the boots. And it's just an absolute dream scenario, and Phil here not going to be going anywhere with this particular hand, getting this price, always wants to be defending this one. Paul Jackson could have potentially free bet Boz's open, but probably doesn't want to tangle with the man, so just fine to flat the king queen in the small, and everyone catching a piece here.
Ace 10 queen.
Yeah, top set for Boz, middle pair gut shot for Paul Jackson, and Bill with bottom pair. And Paul Jackson's going to have to call once here, Tower, and that means we can make the fold here as Phil. Can't be overcalling this spot simply because Paul Jackson's going to have all the Broadway holdings in his small blind calling range. The 10 Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen, Queen 10, these type of hands. So King of Hearts on the turn. So Boss top set Royal Flush Draw. Sounds like a PLO hand.
So Paul, I think Boz is always calling.
Yeah, he's calling Tower.
Not scared of a jack, that is for sure. 2 pair and top set.
We got some news.
Well, what's the news?
We've lost one.
What?
We're down to 14 players because in 15th place was Randy Rupert.
Randy Rupert.
He's gone. Let's see how.
9, ace 10. Against 9s.
I've got a lucky with jacks, I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay. Queen 6 queen.
I never went on playing a
3.
Extra 2%.
Ace 10
Yeah.
is the all-in player by the looks of that. And the ace 10 moving straight across
To Usman.
Usman Ulhack takes out Rupert.
So this is the last hand before the break. As we see Mark with the ace 10 wants to be opening this one. We will be back, guys, just to let you know, at probably around quarter 2. Yeah, we'll come back at quarter 2. And
2:45.
we'll get it updated. 14 players left in as well at the top. So there we go. As quick as that, just as I said it. and we will see you at Q2. One more hand to go. Richard
more
with
hand.
the pocket threes here. Going to just call and take a flop. Hopefully they'll be chipping up Boz's stack. That's an
Yes.
absolute wall.
Indeed, indeed. So we're down to 14 as we just saw the latest elimination. Rupert departing. We will be swapping tables and you'll be seeing the other players that are still in the comp. Rich and Mark are at it again.
Well, that's a lovely turn card. Pocket threes making the straight. And
Richard Orton's going to get some chips back.
yeah, he's not getting paid though, Tower. He's just going to lead river here and not going to get any action from Mark with the ace-10. Mark will snap file the ace-10. Won't take too much time. Should just be going straight in the mark once Rich comes in for a bet. Exactly what he's going to do. 80,000. Opts for half pop and a quick fold, and that is that. We are on a 15-minute break, guys. We will see you at 2:45. 14 players remaining.
See you then.
So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one, and I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. I won that event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one I had Mustafa Kanat 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. 2 to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day two, day two was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like, it was just insane. Like, I ran 90,000 chips up on day two of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like, I was just going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up. Yeah,
I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like, pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think. In my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because, I mean, his record would be right up there. And I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him. And his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like I'd make a big bluff or something, and I'd go to him up my cards, and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye, and he'd have a little smile on his face, and he'd go, "You were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie?" And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like, and I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around. Like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money, and the rest chopped it apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No, well, the final table, yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up, and I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online, but yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online, or at that time especially, like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT, so my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Yeah, very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into trouble at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little bit. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Middy put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then I'm just trying to think. It was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Middy's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah. So 2017. It's like 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, the players are just coming back to the table. Who've we got? Will Henderson in seat number 1 with 1.1 mil. There's Vinny. Vinny Musson, 670,000. Final table, Blackpool 2012-ish. Vinny in 2. Anthony Miles is going to be in 3. Paul Fisher is going to be back. Chris Johnson, there's the Chris, who's the man chasing the points.
It's massive tower. It's absolutely massive if he can win this for him. It's like an extra 10 bag if he can top the leaderboard. It's
Connor Healis in 6, and Usman sat down right there. Usman Ulak with just over 1 million chipples. This is the MPL as it stands, which Chris Johnson is chasing top 3, as you can see, and if he wins it, he'll be either top or very, very, very close to top. So yeah, and if he wants to, after this event, the 30-30s and Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh for the final points of the year, and guaranteed they'll all be there, all top 3, depending which events they want to play. So good luck to them. But we are back now live. We are down to we're down to 14, because in 19th today was Johnny Gray, Michael Allen was in 18th, Dave Greenough in 17th, Garrett Whitehead was in 16th, and Rupert was in 15th for 4,600. We've now locked up 5,170. So let's do it again. So let's do it again, Jay. Let's do it again. Is this the session we get to a final table? Is this session we get to a final table? If you want to know how many players are playing the seniors, I said there were a lot of old people in Blackpool. 136. Super numbers on 136. Boom, baby.
The gala bingo down the road's empty today. They're thinking, where's all our customers gone today? We're usually busy on a Sunday. Where are they?
They're all playing bingo in the G. There'll be a lot of players that are playing the first tournament of the year in the seniors in Blackpool. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, one and all, wherever you may be watching. The next session is back with us. 10 to 3 in the afternoon, and we're on 14 players. 14!
Yeah, Rich Whitmore says Chris for the win. He'd definitely be up there as one of the favourites at the moment with stack sizes.
Absolutely.
Anthony Miles has had a bad first session, 500k less than what he started the day with, but still well above average with just sub $1 million.
Yep.
But I think the two favourites now have got to be Chris Johnson and Boz on the outer table. Don't rule this man out though, and just as I say that, he gets the Cowboys.
Oi, oi.
So Usman going to want to be opening this, playing 50 bigs. Paul Fisher's back. No way!
How has he got the boot?
This is so cruel. At this stage of a tournament and getting aces. Oh, this is absolute nightmare for Usman. Wow. This is ridiculous, Tower. William Henderson. What a dream spot. 3 bets to 120k. And this is just gross. Usman's loving this. He sees the 3 bet. He thinks, here we go. We're going to get some chips and probably just going to 4 bet here, Tower. Probably to around 280, 300, that sort of remit, 2.5x 4 bet out of position. But this is a setup. How have we come back to this hand? This is absolute setup central. Cold as they come. The cooler of coolers in poker. Kings into aces. Oh.
Amazing.
It's a cruel game.
It sure is.
And as we're going to take his time with this one, but I'm sure we're just going to see the 4 bet here from Usman. He may incorporate a flat in some of the time if he thinks William's going to be getting out of line and we want to keep some of his bluffs, but I think 50 big blinds deep, Usman's going to be 4 betting this one.
315,000.
Yeah,
Size of 4-bet.
Perfectly fine. And William with the aces here. How are we going to play this one? It's a bit more of a decision for William. Do we want to flat keep some hands in of Usman that may fold to our 5-bet rip, or do we think Usman, once he 4-bets here, he's always going to be going with it? That's the question we got to ask ourselves, and just moves all in. Usman's going to double check the kings. He's going to make the call, and this is set up central. Aces for William, kings for Usman, and this is as gross as they come. This stage.
Usman's at risk.
It's horrible, Tower. It's horrible. You sit there, you play well for 3 days to get to this point of a tournament, and then you just get set up. And that's exactly what's happened. And he's going to need to find a king. No help there. We've got no runners either, so only king, turn, or river is what is needed.
He needs help, sharpish, or he is out the door.
2 outs.
And it isn't, it's a 4.
So we lose Usman's second hand back after the break, and we're down to 13 players. And
built his stack up as well to over a milli.
It's a cruel game.
They're going to check the stacks to see if he has been eliminated. With William Henderson in seat number 1 has got 2.2 mil. If the stacks are correct, which they should be, they're coming straight from the break, we could have been eliminated. Usman will like another deep run yet again and getting unlucky at the wrong time.
It's not
Kings
nice.
into it.
I don't like to see it at this stage of the tournament. I prefer to see people making their chips from good plays, but he's just on the wrong end of a huge cooler there. Usman, look, just takes it in good spirit. He's just waiting to see if he's got us covered, and it's not much we can do. It's not much we can do.
He has tapped the table and he says, very unlucky.
Yeah, well played that man. He played very good poker when he was on the feature table, and not much we can do there as Usman.
Very unlucky. Usman will like kings into aces. Will Henderson, 2.2 mil.
Well, if you're still making your brew in your kitchen, you've missed one. Coming back after the break. Hello, God. I don't think so. 21 outs. I'm not.
No.
I don't think I'm ever folding kings pre-flop against William. I guess he can have queens. He can have ace king, and William Henderson now going to be chip leader in the room.
Absolutely.
New chip leader, and it's the man in seat 1. Let's see how he's going to play the stack.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we missed the chance of putting all the stacks on before we saw the first hand of the session and the 2 million chip pot. That's how they were standing at the break. Johnny Chew on 280, Phil Clark, Robert Duras, Mark Elliott. We had Usman on 1,025,000. There were only 1 or 2 people could have taken him out, and he just has done.
Yeah.
William Henderson is now on 2.2 mil. Chip leader at the break was the Boz. And he's not the chip leader anymore because Will has taken him, because Usman has stack is
It's just not nice, Tower. It's like, really.
Yeah, but the rest of the field are there in the chip stacks. Vinnie Musson, Paul Jackson and the lot. So we'll keep you updated on the outer tables as we have a massive chip leader now.
Yeah, people saying, why can we not fold kings there? 50 bigs effective, hijack versus cut off. No. Like, he's going to have some ace king, he's going to have queens. Yeah, sometimes he's going to have the aces, the 6 combos, but with 2 kings in our hand, there's 8 combos of ace king, 6 combos of aces, 1 combo of kings as well, and 6 combos of queens. So we're working with 15 combos against 6, and it's just ill. It's ill, that's what it is. I don't like to see it. Saying that, you fly back to February 2018, we were 2 tables playing 5-handed, and Mark Dyson had aces versus Turgay Baghdadi,
that's right.
And Turgay found the fold with the kings in a similar spot, but that was even harder, a harder spot to fold because it was a 5-handed table. But I just can't fold kings pre for 50 big blinds. There are some situations against certain opponents where maybe we can make the exploitable laydown, but it's just annoying when you're there. So open in the cut-off from Anthony. William, sorry, under the gun. Anthony's flatted the cut-off with ace-jack, and Chris going to peel the a6 suited in the small. King 6-5, 2 club flop. So Chris flops the best here. William here, though, with jack 10 of hearts, wouldn't mind seeing him come in for one continue, and that's exactly what he's going to do. It's king high, try and take it down here. We can get some folds, and Anthony going to pull out the float with ace-jack with the ace of clubs, and I think Chris going to... Oh, I thought he might... I was going to say, I thought Chris might fold here. He does have the best hand, but I thought he might fold, overcalling this spot with second pair. Might get himself in a bit of trouble, but he's going to call and take some turns, and 7 of clubs rolls off, and action over to William, who has to check now. Tower can't be barreling here, and now Anthony after floating flop. If we are floating flop with this particular hand, I don't mind this with equity to the nut flush draw. As well as that, we're going to have some flush draws here ourselves, some ace-x suited, as well as ace 10 of clubs, like sorry, jack 10 of clubs, queen jack of clubs, these type of hands. And should get this one through, Anthony, and once Chris folds, that will be that, because William just can't do anything here with jack 10 but fold. And well play Anthony there, to be fair to him. Floats with the ace-jack once he picks up a smidge more equity in terms of the nut flush draw, comes in for the bet once checked to him. Well played, that man.
So monster hand to start the session with Usman losing a 2 million chip pot to C1. William Henderson.
So if you are just joining us, we're down to 13 players, starting with 533 entries. We are nearly at the final.
Nearly.
So Connor blind on blind here, going to complete the a6 for 10k, and action going to be on William here in the big blind. He's got all the chips, so he's going to be going to Pound Town. Just
Pound Town.
Just pounding on the complete. He's got all the chips, and raises to 60k. And we're going to see a lot of this from William. And what it does as well, it sets up that dynamic now with Connor. When it is folding round to Connor in the small blind, he's going to be less inclined to complete a lot of hands, because Williams straight away set up that dynamic. He's letting him know, I've got all the chips here. You're not going to be able to limp light in the small blind. So just raising it up, whatever he had there. I like it.
The password for the free roll is going to be in the commands very shortly.
I don't even know what it is.
Twitch.
How can I put it in when I don't know what it is?
I don't know how many people are in it because I can't get on, unfortunately. I don't know what's happened to Grosvenor Poker on my laptop, but I can't get in. The password
is
all capital letters. Tower.
What?
I've got my name and a password.
What?
I've got my name part of the game.
I'm not happy about that. I'm gonna have a stewards about that one.
The password for the free roll is Tower. 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 All capitals. Get it in. Get it on. Get in. Make sure you're on, and we'll check it all out. Make sure it works. But apparently there was one player who'd already guessed it. Forward even, that was this morning. Amazing.
Good luck everyone that's going to be playing that at 6 o'clock.
Yep. Good luck everybody. So Tower, all capitals. An easy one for Blackpool.
So Connor going to get this one through after raising on the button, and Ron defending in the big blind, 9 deuce deuce rainbow. Ron's going to pull out the floater here with a king 6. So Ron is floating here to get a check behind on the turn, and then he's going to lead river. That is the only way that he's ever going to be floating this spot. He's got a plan. He has to have a plan. And the plan is if Connor checks behind here, because Ron's perceived range to Connor is going to be deuce X and 9X and maybe some pocket pairs. So as soon as we float this flop, and if Ron leads this river, which I believe he has to after floating flop, lovely. I actually like it a lot because we're going to flat our deuce X. We're not going to raise our deuce X. We're going to play a deuce exactly the same, and we're going to have all the deuce X in the big blind. So Ron leaving 45k and trying to rep a 9 here as well, perhaps. So it's 9X or deuce X here, and it just puts Connor in a gross spot with his like ace high hands. Even if Connor's got a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s here, it's in a horrible spot because you've got to think, what's Ron calling with on the flop on 9 deuce deuce rainbow? And big fan of this from old Ron. Like, that's what I like to see. We're not just meaninglessly floating with king high. We're floating to make a play. And that's exactly what he's doing here with the king 6. And Connor now in a bit of a spot, whatever he's got here. Like, Connor can't have a 9. He's got a worse hand than 9. He's probably sitting here with ace high a lot of the time, Connor. And thinking about heroing it potentially, or maybe he's caught a 3 or a 5. He has open buttons, so can have a wide range opening, but I'm glad to see that Ron didn't just meaningless float. He had a plan. He was hoping for the check back on the turn, and then he was going to lead river, incredibly repping a deuce or a 9. Great play from the man in seat 2, and picking up some chips that not a lot of players would have picked up there in that particular scenario. So many people are just going to check fold that particular spot, but he played it exactly like a deuce or a 9 would. So credible story. And I always say, when you are bluffing, make sure your story's credible, make sure you can rep some value, and that's exactly what he done in that spot with the king 6.
2010, Vinnie Musson. Then he came third for 29,000. David Johnson won it. Richard Herbert was second. Dylan Randalls was fourth. Jack Elwood, Andy Bradshaw, Rob Boone on the final table. But whatever happened to Lee Taylor? Where did Lee Taylor go? Lee Taylor was like a fixture and fittings for the first 10 years of the GUKPT. Where's he gone? Anybody know? Let me know. It'd be good to see him again. Come on, tea boys, going. What do you fancy?
I'll have a cuppa, please, Tower.
Tea, coffee, water, chocolate.
Just a
hot
cuppa.
lemon.
Cuppa's good. Cup of tea, please.
Cup of tea. Cup of tea.
Now, so once you finish your hands, please leave the deck tournament area. Players, once you finish the hand, please leave the area.
Ron final table in this event twice before. Final table in 2010, got third for 29.5k, and final table back in 2017 for 5,960. So no stranger to a day 3 here in Blackpool.
Hotel Yankee 60, Kilo Romeo Oscar, HY60 KRO, J30, WKY, YG11, KNC, WR15, BXD, PF19, MJ.
So gun open from Chris. We are 6-handed, so although we have opened under the gun, we are effective effective low jack. And Anthony comes in for the punishment out of the blinds. 3 bets of 160k, like the sizing, nice and juicy. 4x out of position, and Chris here with a6 off, not going to be able to do much but get out of the way here.
Quick follow-up, and I don't want to disturb everybody. I'm standing next to Howard. He had a car park in Blackpool. It's most great to be letting people stay there for free today. The only day is on Saturday that it's allowed. Yeah, just today. You can get a parking permit in the reception, and essentially it's out of the casino, turn left, 5 yards up the road, turn right, 100 yards up the road, turn right, second on the right. Yeah, to get to the reception, they can give you a pass,
Craig Houghton, was that the one Craig says Ron loves a 6-bet with deuce 3 suited at the Goliath? I think I've seen that hand. I didn't realise it was Ron, but is that the one where matey folds kings to the 6-bet? So Anthony going to limp button here with the ace 3 and Paul Fisher in the small blind here with the 6-3. Might be thinking about complete. We are getting a good price. We do have a very aggressive player behind us though to worry about in terms of Chris Johnson, but we are going to get to see a free flop because Chris is going to check his option with the king 6. Queen 8, 6, 2 diamonds, so both Paul and Chris catching bottom pair, and Chris going to come in for a lead here. It's not a donk, it's just a lead, simply because there's no aggressive action pre, it was a limp on the button, so going to try and get some folds, maybe try and thin the field down, start ranging opponents, gets the fold from the button, but Paul Fisher here with a 6 of himself, he's going to make the call. So Paul getting this price, he can have a whole host of hands here, and this 7 of spades turn, one I expect to go check a lot of the time. Chris, I think if he starts firing here, he's turning his 6 into a bluff, but happy to get to showdown with this particular holding, and the river is the ace of diamonds, and this should be going check again here, guys, on this particular river. Ace of diamonds rolling off, unless Paul is thinking about turning his 6 into the bluff. Paul thinking, yeah, he is thinking about turning his 6 into a bluff. Well, he's opted for 7th pot, min bet, 20k, and Chris Johnson might pounce on this. One, and he does pounce on it. Just raises, and did have the best hand unbeknown to him, but that's the problem sometimes. Like a lot of recreationals aren't balanced in them small river lead spots. Like they're not going to have nutted hands a lot of the time. It's just going to be 1-pair holdings, and some good players can attack that. But you will see from good competent players, they'll have some nutted hands in their small block leads as well as the 1-pair hands, just to protect themselves. So Chris, very nice from him. Good aggression. Just attacking the small size in the Paul Fisher on the river. Ace Queen for Anthony in the cutoff. Nice one to open for us here. Chris Johnson in the small with ace 10, just going to make the call, and Connor trash holding in the big gets out of the way. Six, 4, deuce, rainbow flop, instant continue from Anthony in the cutoff here. Chris just sitting with ace high. Will be the best hand some of the time versus Anthony's cut-off opening range. We are ahead of all the Broadways, King, Queen, King, Jack, so on, as well as some 10-9 suited, these type of holdings. But this Queen on the turn is beautiful for us as Anthony. And he's going to come in for a second barrel here, trying to get some value from perhaps some pocket pairs that Chris can have, calling in the small blind, maybe some 6-5, 6-7 suited. And that's about it really that Chris should have here. But with this particular holding, ace 10, not going to be putting another penny in the pot, I assume. Chris Johnson just going to be getting out the way now, facing Anthony's double barrel, 130 into 250, so opted for just over half. Rich Whitmore says, when's next year's schedule get announced? Oh, it's not on there. There it is. There it is. Next year's schedule. We start at the Vic. We finish at the Vic as always. Reading and Coventry coming back. So looking forward to next year. It's going to be a really, really good year on the tour. Averaging an event once a month, including the Goliath, which isn't in that schedule, but really looking forward to that one. Obviously 3 different types of buy-ins. You've got 750, 1,000 and 1,250. Grand final at the end of the year, always at 2k, but going to be a really, really good year, and looking forward to that. Chelsea fan says, is there any time when you might min bet to induce a raise? Yeah, there's good spots to do it. There's really good spots to do it. The best time, personally, the best spots where you might min bet to induce a raise is where you're out of position. Say you've defended in the big blind and you make a really strong hand on the river, but the board is, or the river is a lot better for your opponent's raise. So you might come in for a really small bet to act like that you're just gonna bet fold if you get raised. So say if it's like Ace, Queen, 10, brick, and you've defended King, Jack, and the river comes a brick, and you've got the nuts there, and the board's better for your opponent's range. You might come in with a small bet to try and induce something from them, but they're the good times to do it when you've got the strong hand. But in terms of range, it's better for your opponent because against good opponents, they might take those spots. Roxy says, I only found poker 3 months ago. Seems like such an easy way to make money. Well, good luck trying if it's been 3 months. See how you get on. But the best way to learn, experience. Obviously, lots of stuff out there, coaching videos on YouTube, whatever. They're everywhere now. Books. You've just got all the material you need to get better at the game. It's all out there.
Is Goliath still the 24th till the 5th of September? Well, that's the time we get there. I think the actual dates are the 25th until the 4th. Sunday is the 4th of September, and that will be the final day. If I mention 24th till 5th, that's the time I have to book a train to get there and back. So there. How many's in the free roll? I can't open Grosvenor Poker, unfortunately. I don't know what's happened. I don't know why.
You're barred because you're too good.
Well, that's
you're making too much money from the free roll. So they said, get this man out.
That is probably it. Let me tell you. But I can't get on at the moment. Did we know how busy the sportsbook was this morning?
Yeah. I got it here.
So, do we know who's the best backed person?
Most backed person. He's on our table. You can have one guess.
Chris Johnson.
Spot on. Second back. He's on the other table. You can have one guess.
Boz.
Yep.
Woo.
And then, yeah, that's it. The player that took the most money on them was Chris Johnson. He also had the most bets on him.
Right.
Third most bets was Rob Duras.
Really?
Yep.
Right,
I said he was the value tower. Rob
Yeah.
was the value. Personally, like he was the one that was too high a price,
Yeah.
I think. Like he was short, but I think 25 to 1 for Rob was too high a price. I think he should have been closer to 16s.
Right.
So I think a lot of people would have spotted that. Players that have seen Rob play. I think that's why he was back so much. Fourth player was Usman Al-Haq, who is out.
Oh, King's into aces.
Yep.
They're all saying at the bar how unbelievable it was. Just walk past. It's like the rest. It's like a rest home in here. They're all on a break.
Yep.
Oh my days! some of them won't make it back to the second session. They're all asleep in the bar. Wow, the numbers have been unbelievable. Let me tell you, 130 in the seniors, amazing. 39 regs in the free roll. Thank you guys. Rob Priest, Clive Knowles, and Mick Mod all telling us there's 39 in. You've got plenty of time. The password is Tower, T-O-W-E-R, Tower, for the password. Get yourself in, and the winner will be playing the 25,000 closer tomorrow. All capitals, Tower. The closer's on tomorrow, and everybody, if you win it, you'll be playing it.
Chris is just a beast. Like, where's he even find that 4-bet from?
Let me just tell you, if this guy comes next to us hasn't got a bottle of Malbec in his hand, there's going to be trouble. Oh, even better. We've got the smoker there. They stick him in the bear. Come in, Kev. Come stand behind us.
That's
for a
what we
minute.
got. This is what we got.
Come and stand behind us. Our very own Kev Blower, who's done the tour for years and years and years. How are you?
I'm alright, buddy.
You're in the seniors.
I am, yeah. Qualify easily.
Well, when was your birthday?
That was my 63rd though, so I'll qualify easily.
Well, right, okay. You're looking well tanned. Where have you been?
I went to Spain and going.
Look at this, I tell you what, looking good, isn't it?
Yeah. Went to
I need a tan like that.
of course.
Looking good, playing golf still, enjoying it, and the mic with
Yeah, no, I went to watch the Andalusian Masters.
The Andalusian Masters. Yeah.
I got nice. Plays off 5.
Lovely.
He said he played that, he says he was moved from the trouble.
Oh wow. Hard. Wow. We are we're on
13.
We're on 13 dear. We've just had the Kings against the Aces.
Yeah, Kings and the Aces.
For a 2 million chip pot. What about the seniors? What the turnout?
How many are there?
About 130 odd.
I've just literally darted up the road to get to check into the hotel.
Oh, and you're staying?
Yeah,
that means you're having a glass then later, does it? You'll be having a Guinness and no juju?
No.
Well, still running Stoker, still suffering every Saturday.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. You should have been here Wednesday, you see. Blackpool, Stoke, Wednesday night, bit of poker, night out. Don't tell me you're still working.
It was bad enough watching it on the TV. It was dreadful. I don't know how Jew goes down every week.
Well, she does.
I'll probably see you later.
Nice one.
See you later.
Nice one. Cheers, Kev. Kev Blower watches the live streams.
Is that Blue 58?
That is Blue
Yeah,
58.
okay.
That's Kev. Best area in poker. Yeah, the second hand in on this session, Kings versus Aces, C1, up to 2.2 million when he won the hand. Right, done good. Very unfortunate for Usman, who finished in 14th for 51.70. Talking about the calendar, I better start putting the dates in myself to remind myself what's happening for next season.
How's we not flattered there with the Jack 9? William, top 2 pair on that board. I'm really surprised he just ripped that. Thought he might flat.
So, C1.
Take a seat on cash game 5.
So all in from Ron.
No, he's not in, he's not in.
No.
No, he wasn't in the end.
Okay.
So Michael Cross sorted himself out, Ty's sorted out, looking good for the outer table. If only he looked up and realised he was on telly. John Mercer got Chris to win bet early this morning. He was 8th this morning, apparently, was Chris Johnson. Good to have you on board, John, watching on Facebook. I was speaking to Lynn Beaumont, and yet I never looked up and realised the camera was there. It's amazing how many people have done it this week.
It's a blind on blind here, William, just applying pressure. The only thing I would say to how we need to size up these blind on blind situations, like when we raised the 45k with 10-3 off, like we're not really folding much out because Ron's going to peel very wide in position. So want to be sizing up 3.5x, even 4x is fine blind on blind. So maybe, like especially with 10-3, we don't want action. We just want to get the fold, but we have caught ourselves bottom pair, and Ron looks like he's going to come in for. Ron's got moves, Tower. I actually really like this particular raise as well with this particular holding. Got some really nice back doors. There's some good double barrel candidates on the turn, and as well, William's going to be very wide. So just trying to fold out all his air balls, ace highs, those type of holdings. But what's the play now? Once his 7 of clubs rolls off, I think on hearts and maybe 9s and kings we can come in for some double barrels, but I think Ron's just going to slam the brakes on now. As
2 of diamonds on the river.
And now will he bluff this? Will he bluff at this one? It looks like Will's the one that's going to lead at this, and Ron's just going to have to get out of the way here now with 10 height. Oh, wow! Whoa! Oh man, Ron's playing well, Tower. His just reads have been spot on. He's picking some really good spots, and he's just found chips from nowhere, and he's nearly up to 1 million. How does he find that raise on the river when our opponent can have some flushes there? How do we find it?
Tell you what.
Watch out for Ron.
Hi, Laura. Shout out to all the seniors are playing. You're not wrong. There's hundreds of them. I believe that the husband is still in. Yeah, I saw him at the break. He is still in. How could you forget when you commentate watching the camera all weekend? The camera's actually, you don't actually notice the camera because it's stuck to the ceiling.
Yep.
It's actually connected to the ceiling, so it's miles above you. And then you forget, and then you stand there and you think, well, I'm just chatting away to table 2, because table 2 directly behind the dealer, where PK is now on the left-hand side, and you stand there and unfortunately you get into shot.
Chris
Yeah,
Johnson.
don't rule Vinny out. You're not wrong, Yamo. You are not wrong.
It's just timing. It's been perfect so far from what I've seen on the featured. All the spots he's taken, he's targeted good hands and got them to fold, and he's chipping up without making hands, and that is dangerous.
Yep.
That is not waiting for a hand to come, waiting to make the nuts. He's finding some good raises and taking pots down uncontested. William in 1, going to 3-bet the open from Chris. Already been 4-bet by Chris once, but Chris just going to call here and take a flop. William Henderson, only 9k in dollars total live earnings. Best live cash, 2.5 bag in pounds. So this is massive for him. And this is a massive flop as well. Ace 10-7, flopping top pair, top kicker in this 3-bet pot. Like to see like 80. Between like 80 and 100 here, Tower, or 80 and 120, let's go that, between 80 and 120. Don't want to go too large here on this particular board in the 3-bet pot. Looks like he's sized up closer to half, opted for 140 into 300. So maybe a smidge on the big side, but Chris gonna make the call here. This pot is brewing. So now Chris's range. Once we call this C-bet, we're going to have some like broadways with backdoor flush draws. We will have the sets of 7s and sets of 10s in there ourselves. Ace 10 suited, or both combos of Ace 10 of clubs, Ace 10 of spades. I like Williams' decision to check the turn. King of clubs on the river. So William making top 2 pair. So going to be coming in for some value now. Try and get paid by it. Some worse Ace X of Chris. Maybe even go really small. Try and target one of those Broadway draws, King, Queen, King, Jack that we spoke about that he can have. William got to choose a size. What do we think Chris is going to have in this particular spot? Looks like he's opting for 300k. So just south of half. So 300 into 580. And unaware of Chris Johnson's holding. Chris, I think the way he is, he's never going to raise the spot the way he's posturing. So he's just counting his stacks in, and he makes the call and he's incorrect. I think Chris could have Ace Queen here, Tower. Maybe like Ace Queen with the Ace of clubs. Ace Queen with the Queen of clubs. And he makes the call.
Spades, Jack of hearts. Let's go that.
That puts Macapac down to 600k, and that puts William up to, I think, 2.6.
Yeah. Wowzers.
2.8. 2.8. And William now, massive chip leader in the room. Got a new favourite.
Jules, registered for the free roll, playing the Pro Sit and Go on Wednesday. Won a seat winning Katie Swift's Ladies Monthly League. And a special guest too. Oi. Nice one, Jules. Good luck. Fletch being at a family event with no signal. The Tinterweb, I'll tell you what, it's terrible without it. We don't know, we didn't see the cards unfortunately. We're having a few issues with not seeing the whole cards this week. Usman is out, both of them. Usman Ulak finished in 14th with Kings versus Aces, and R.U. Rupert was out as well in 15th for 4,600. But It was a 2.2 million chip pot. Usman, Ulak, Kings, William Henderson, Aces, all in pre second hand of this session.
I said that to Tower, Mick. He went, Spurs Everton, that's going to have lots of shots on target today. That's the bet. I go, no chance. We're 19th out of 20 in the Premier League for shots on target this season. I think it was Norwich.
And they won yesterday.
Yeah, we might even be 20th now.
Wow.
I think we're 17th in expected goals as well, which is like crazy for Spurs. What is going on at that club? Back to the action. As Ron with King Jack going to call the double barrel. And the river is the 10, so King Jack is going to be the best hand, and Anthony now will decide whether he's going to come in for the third barrel. He is going to come in for the third barrel here with a 9-8.
Players in the seniors event. Once you finish the hand, you will be on a 20-minute break. That's all players on the event, and a
Little tell there as well. Little live tell just literally. I wonder if Ron picked up on that.
No, his head's heading down towards his chips.
You notice, but Ron took his chips out of his thing like he was going to call and putting them in front of him, and Anthony went to like act like he was going to turn over his cards really quickly, like he had it. Like he put his hands on his card, like ready to turn them over, like, oh, I want to slam these down. So I wonder if Ron actually, he's obviously missed it, but that there's definitely a little tell there when Anthony went and grabbed his cards. As soon as Ron went to put his chips out in front of him, he was like, oh, I'm quickly like trying to make it look like he's got the goods and turn it over. And Ron here, after floating flop with King High and turning top pair, facing a donk lead as well. I'm not sure how we're ever going to be able to fold this spot. Like I always say, like I'm not even sure what Anthony's up to here, Tower. It's a bit reckless from him with 9-8 off. We've literally peeled. Oh, okay, the board was wrong. That makes a bit more sense, but still reckless behaviour in the small blind.
Make the call, Vinny. He does indeed.
And the table will see this one.
Call.
And, King is good, but Anthony there. What are we up to?
Now, for all the players, once you finish your hand, please leave the table for an area. That's players. Once you finish the hand, please leave the area. Thank you.
Yeah, but don't want to be peeling 9-8 off in the small first case. Then don't want to be donk leading it on a king high board. I guess he double barreled after picking up a gut shot. But it was just really weird line that from Anthony in seat 3.
We're just on Mike Bates watching on Facebook. He says, best of luck, Connor. As you see, the 2's going in for Connor Healis.
And he's going to get called.
Oh, ace queen, Anthony in seat number 3. It's the old race, tops the table, local lad, Connor Healis. He's loving it. Come on, Connor, he says, come on. All the local fans around. 10 Jack Jack.
Oh, he's in front still, but
yeah, he's got so many outs. He's got counterfeited outs and all sorts.
10 or higher to fade, basically, Tower.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
It's fading 10s, 4s, ace, queen, king.
10, 4, ace, king, queen, king.
Oh, no, and it's a lady it's on the end.
So Connor Healis, local lad. Everybody from around the room, as they're on the break in the seniors, was looking. He puts his coat on, knowing he's finished 13th for £5,170. Top man, good lad. Well played. Spend it wisely. I've just seen Carl Pickles. He's never in seniors, surely.
Kelvin
Can't be in seniors.
Kelvin makes a good point. He says, in fairness, the hand last night, the guy, he's talking about Sean Donovan, when he called it free bet rip the Queen Jack. You can see why he made that play now because of what Anthony's been up to already today on the feature table. So yeah, I guess at least Sean was right about the dynamic. Anthony doing some really weird stuff. Like, cannot be peeling 9-8 off in the small, can't be donking it on a king high board, and just went for the free barrel and.
Great play from Connor.
Yeah, good run, Connor.
13th, 5,170. We're on 12th. So we're down to 12th. Connor Healy's local at last out. Well played for 51.70.
I think you've got an overpair.
Who's coming in? Oh, the boss is back. The boss is back in town. 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 He's got some blue chips. He's got about 1.8 mil. We're on 12, Chef Brothers. We're on 12. Password is Tower. Tower. All capitals.
Spice picks is here. Leeds are at home today. What's he doing here?
What's happening?
I said I'm surprised Pix is here. Leeds are playing at home today. I thought he was a Leeds fan.
He is. They seem to get older, to be fair.
Paul going to open button here. Want to be opening button once it's folded to us with an ace-X. Raises to 45 and Boz got an easy defend with the 4-2 suited in the big, getting that price on his money. Going to make the call. Queen 9-8 rainbow. Paul not opting to continue. 9 of spades on the turn. And Boz with the 4 deuce here, not electing to fire, and it looks like Paul Fisher is going to come in for a delay continue for 25k. Boz with 4 deuce just punishes the small bet again from Paul. He's getting picked on a bit from Boz and Chris, both attacking them small bet sizes. This time Boz with just 4 high. So ace king for Paul. Going to be opening this one, playing 26 bigs.
Yes, king.
Racing 45. And Chris Johnson here on the button. Out of the way. And Will not going to be able to defend the 9 deuce on Montana Banana. It's going to be going in the muck. And should be raising take for Paul.
We've just heard a good look, good look, good look, good look. as everybody's tapping around the table, because Mark Elliott has just been eliminated on table 2. Mark Elliott out the door, £5,750. Mark Elliott, 12th, means we're down to 11. Baines prize money strolling along the bottom.
So Anthony just limping the Queen Jack under the gun, and Boz comes in with the raise.
Nine, deuce, 4. Boz flops second pair.
Yeah, going to have a lot of C bets on this board as well. Is Boz? What is Anthony up to, Tower? He's absolutely burning chips at the moment. I know we saw him win the flip with a double, but he's taking all these lines that we shouldn't be taking at this stage of the tournament. And Boz has just seen him donk, bet as well. And that's the thing. He's already created that dynamic at the table. Boz has just witnessed him donk lead, bet, and fire the river and unload the clip. And Boz just comes in with a snap raise against this donk lead from Anthony. And now there's not much we can do with the Queen Jack, and we've just burnt off another near 3 big blinds with our hand. What is he up to? He's just clicking buttons!
Oi, oi.
He's just clicking buttons!
And he wins. There you go.
Oh, God.
There you go.
Oh, that's one way to get it done.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting that. It's just 3 bet. Wow. Wow.
So we're on 11. Final table of 9. Mark Elliott just out for £5,750. He used to get that for the final table back in the day.
I just go for a big stack.
He's been watching Sean Donovan, says Kevin Baxter. I don't know. It just feels like there's not much, he's snap raised, there's not much thought process, he's just clicking buttons and seeing what's happened. It's working out for him right now, but going to have a hard time winning this tournament if he continues with this strat. It's just absolute madness. It's fun to watch, it's great entertainment, don't get me wrong. 3 bet bluff on the flop with Queen High, no draw. But it's good to watch. It is a good watch, because I just don't expect to see it. Yeah, maybe a seat 3. Maybe seat 3 at the feature table. You sit there and just something happens. You just want to be 3 betting Queen. Nathan 3 bet the Queen Jack as well in the same seat. Same hand as well. Not Nathan, sorry, Sean Donovan.
Sean Donovan. It was Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan Slater lookalike. Nathan Slater lookalike. But William going to open this. Bet this on the river. Once river in trip 8s, we are unaware of Anthony's holding.
Hiya, Nathan. Yeah, Vinny's a beast. Taught me a few lessons over the years. The reason I call him Vinny is that Ron Musson is obviously when you sign up in your passport and you need your details. His name's Ronald Vincent Musson, and all his friends, his family, mum, dad, stepson, daughters, cat, dog, call him Vinny. So that's why. If we say Vinny and it says Ron on the screen, then that's what it is. But Ronald Vincent Musson, Vinny to a lot of close friends.
Yeah, fair play to him. Fair play if he wants to feel like he's got Boz's week and he wants to go for it, then fair play to the man. If he wants to take these lines and they're working out for him, then I guess he's going to continue doing so. It's just very, very unorthodox. Don't ever usually see this on a day 3, so it is a really, really good watch and good entertainment for you guys. These weird lines coming out from the man in seat 3. His stack's been like a roller coaster this session. Up, down, up, down. Have Spurs had a shot on target yet, guys, or is it going to be like the 3rd game in a row we haven't had a shot on target? Let me know.
Not a chance. Not a chance.
I don't know if it's 3rd, it's definitely 2nd. I know it was the same score against Man U, but...
We are on 11.
And what Anthony's actually doing, you're right guys, he's making Sean's shove not look that bad yesterday with the Queen Jack. He's making it look better than what it was.
It's in the pan.
Oh, we're useless, ain't we? We're useless.
So Paul rivering the straight when Anthony flicks in the muck.
Yeah, he's sat in seat 5, Chris Johnson. Howdy, right in front of you. How's my over 2.5 in all 3 games looking?
Well, maybe I should have taken the bet. Over 2.5 what?
Goals.
Corners.
Yeah, probably still won't come in, yeah.
Everybody keeps saying it's the best football. It's the best league in the world. Sometimes you wonder how. Blackpool 533 runners, prize pool of £575,000. Amazing turnout. 130 the last time we saw in the seniors. There's a 4 o'clock game just about to start that people are mulling round for. The main event, 154 in the seniors. It's like a rest home out there. The £200 game that's going to finish has got 40 runners in it. The main event still has 11. There's cash games running. We've still not hit the bad beat jackpot yet. Not anybody anywhere has had the bad beat jackpot, which goes up over £300,000 next week. Quad 2's been 6 till 6 in every single club in the country. A chance of getting yourself nigh on £100,000 for losing a hand. But it's like winning a GUKPT.
It is.
If you don't want to play, if you play cash and you're not playing it at a no limit Grosvenor table, you don't like the chance of winning 100 grand.
That's a set.
Yeah, seat 4, Paul Fisher has won the minute in Manchester. That was a cracker as well. That was 780 runners or something like that. Thinking that's a huge field. 835 in Blackpool.
How we doing, Paul Green? Tuning in.
Oi, oi. No, it stays at quad 2s. Hoisting out. The bad beat jackpot does not go any lower than quads. To be fair, I can play the seniors. If they change it to a different day, I might play one.
You can play it in London.
When is it?
Should we have a look?
When is it? When's the seniors in London? When is it? When is it? Come on, when is it?
I think it's
Come on, have you found it yet? Seniors, Tuesday, November the 30th.
We're not working.
We are not working. I am down in London at that time as well. We are working the Wednesday for the Haymaker final, but not the. Well,
there you go.
You might see Tower playing the seniors. The cut-off for the seniors is 50. 50 all over. King to king. Betting a call on the flop. Jack of clubs on the turn. Check call from Boz. River pairs the jack. Boz with the lot of it. Will bets 125. Boz just calls. And more chips go to Jamie O'Connor, champion in Luton back in 2012.
Side event starting very soon.
Yes, 40 already registered. 14. So Vinny up to 1.2 mil. Got the game. Anthony makes it up after initial raising the hijack from Chris Johnson. Down to 450 is Chris. 5, 6, 7 flop.
So,
let's check.
Yeah, I like the check here from Chris. No need to continue on this.
Like was that pain?
This particular board, just in terms of big blind range that's going to be calling. Fine to just take a 3-1, see if we can snag a king or a jack.
There's definitely the ace of spades.
And this is a card that Chris should be barreling on. Anthony's got a Anthony's led. What are we doing? Chris is just going to float here, maybe rip some rivers. Just this ace-3 here. Yes, we've made top pair out of the big blind, but we want to be checking over to Chris because Chris is going to have the better ace-X in his range. And the thing is as well, Chris is going to represent this card a lot of the time. So I know we saw Chris call the 50k there with king higher, but so much better to check call there with the ace-3 on the turn. And Anthony continuing to chip up with these unorthodox lines. They're working. They are working.
1.6
Fair
mil.
play to the man.
How many bets did Anthony have this one this afternoon? Who got him?
Let's have a look.
Who got him?
Let's have a look. Who was on Anthony? Yeah, 11 players, 11 people.
11?
About him, yeah.
Like it. Flop time, Queen Ace 3.
Let's have a little look.
Tomorrow's event, the closer, £25,000 guaranteed, 2-day event online. If you want to win a seat, we have a free roll at 6 p.m. Password is TOWER, TOWER, all capitals. Get yourself in, get yourself winning a seat to the £25,000 guaranteed closer that starts tomorrow at 7. Satellites every night as well for a £5 into 30 into a seat. And for the grand final, don't forget we've also got the Heads Up Championship online on the 16th of November. Head down to London on the 1st to play live Heads Up, and then the 6K, the 6 Max also online. This time the Wednesday the 17th, play down to 2 tables and play live in London. The 6 Max and the Heads Up playing online and then going live. Still on 11. We are still on 11 players. Mark Elliott, last man out in 12th for £5,750.
open under the gun.
55 playing the last £200. Does anybody want to go home this week?
So Will opening under the gun with the ace deuce, raises to 60k. 8-3 deuce the flop.
100, 100, you got 15,000.
3 on the turn.
Deuce. Okay, 3 of clubs on the turn.
I think William's going to fire now if Boz checks it over to him, but Boz is maybe thinking about leading this one. Just king high. So he is going to fire, and William is going to make the call.
Cam is watching. Cam. He says, Cammy Football Channel watching on YouTube. He says, if you lean forward, he can give us a wave. He's playing the £200 in Blackpool. Guess what's just happened?
Let's have a look.
Guess what's just happened? Duh, 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 duh. We have an all-in situation.
Yeah, Rich Horton.
Richard Horton stood up with no chips in front of him. They're all in the middle.
He's got ace-7 of diamonds. Rob the Ras is all in at risk with the ace-king, and there's a 7 on the flop. So needs a king and only a king.
Oh my days.
And it's not coming because there's trips on the river for the A7, and we're going to lose Rob the Ras.
What a good effort.
Unfortunate for him.
What a good effort. There's the pickles. Oh man. £6,890. Who are we moving? Which one of our players are we moving?
Looks like William's going over.
Looks like William is going over. William Henderson with all the chips. Wow, unlucky. What a good effort. Robert Duras, £6,890. We're down to 10. So how many's playing the 200? There was 40 in the last time we saw. Let's have a quick butchers. Click on Blackpool in the app. Cash game running. 3 tournaments. 48 in the £200 at the minute. The seniors has got 157. And the main event has got 10. Like, wow.
Ace 4 suited for Ron and Butt. Going to open. Anthony going to flat the 5s, and Paul probably going to let the 4 deuce go in the big blind.
Yeah, we're on 10. 2 tables of 5, Brad. And password is indeed Tower. Nice one, Sabre Earbass. Bozza. Got Bozza and Chris Johnson on our table. Both best back players today by a mile. By a mile.
Final table bubble.
Oh, indeed. Is Paul Jackson still in the main, says Matt? Yes, he is, Matt. Matt would have been in Blackpool playing some of these events and enjoying watching live if he hadn't have had a couple too many rosés. Glad that you're watching, Matt, live on Facebook. Password for the free roll is all uppercase Tower. T-O-W-E-R. Not sure if it works lowercase, but you can check it. You never know. All uppercase.
Yeah, I like this from Anthony. Once he's checked to the river, once we limp button, and we've got the Jack 10. Comes in for some value, but Chris makes the fold. Like the value bet on the end there. I'm just always going to have the best of it the way the hand's played. Expect Chris to leave once we check back twice if he's got a better hand than a Jack in that particular scenario.
Unbelievable.
Horrible people, aren't they?
Unbelievable. So we're on 10. Next person out, there will be a break. Need to try and
You're taking your chance there, aren't you? You're supposed to peel the big wide.
So we're on 10. Balls 1.8 mil, Anthony 1.6, Vinny 1.3.
Yeah, at this stage, I can't look past anyone else but Boz to win this tower. I just think he's been here most of the time. Like, you've got a couple of players still in the field that are very inexperienced in these sort of situations, and if Macapac does get a double and gets back in it, it'll definitely be a shout, but I can't see anyone else now but Boz lifting that trophy. Obviously it's poker, anything can happen, you can get it in with the best hand and get unlucky, but definitely going to be my favourite from this point onwards.
So Bozza, it will be a lot of people's favourites. Was he best backed or second best backed?
Best backed.
Best backed.
No, second best back by one.
Only by
bet.
one. Only by one.
One bet. Chris Johnson had 36 bets on him. Jamie O'Connor had 35. Started the day 261k.
So 320 for Chris, dropped down to 320,000. He had, I think, close to $1 million at one point, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Close to $1 million.
He had the big pot against William Henderson at the table when we didn't see his whole cards, but he called river when William River top 2 on ace, king, 10, 7, brick, 2 clubs. 3 clubs.
Oi, oi. The English cat, shout out to Joe, Ned and Frankie the dog.
Yeah, don't rule out Paul Jackson actually as well. He's been here many a time as
Loads
well.
of times. His resume, and you can check him out, and you can also check out some YouTube videos regarding Paul Jackson.
Phil Ivey.
He's been around the circuit for years and years and years. And his first cash in poker will have been before some players were even born that have played the main event. Jay. It's true. It is absolutely true. You go back onto these resume, the old Action Jack.
Yeah, 1.8 million in live earnings. He is our most decorated left in the field.
Yeah.
Boz second with 900k in earnings.
Nice one, Steve. His money is on Paul Jackson. Anthony and Boz flying away. Boz has the tick, but Anthony, as we know, likes to flick him in. A bet of 100,000, and it's 100k for Boz to call. Not beating much now, he says.
Anthony is just must be so difficult in these sort of spots to play against him, because he just does some really weird things with really hand selection. You would never expect fives to take this line, and Boz is going to pick it off, and he's going to see the pocket fives, and it's not the hand Boz expected to see, even if he did have a bluff. But Anthony must be that seat. Must be seat 3. Must just make you do things. You must sit down and you just absorb it.
Boz takes another 2 mil. Jamie O'Connor.
But we're on an hour clock. That's the thing you got to understand. The time that you get for your spots. You don't have to go ham all the time and just try and win every pot. It's not how it's done on these structures. You got to pick your spots carefully to chip up, and Anthony's just been doing some crazy stuff. He's been working on most occasions, but it's going to get looked up now. I think everyone's going to be getting fed this information, some of the stuff Anthony's up to. As we see Boz in the cut-off, raises to 50. And Paul with the pocket fives here, tower. He's all in.
They're all in.
From Boz.
No action. So Chris Shortstack at our feature. We're on 10. Any action on the hour tables, we'll give it to you. We're on 10. Fan table is 9. Boz, ace king, under the gun raises to 50,000 with a big blind at 25. Oh, now then, Mr. Fisher, they're in.
They are in.
They are in. It's a race. Who's going to win it? Who is going to win it? Paul Fisher, 9s. Boz got ace king. He's not folding. Just checking the action and the stack. 755.
Like what Boz is thinking here, Tower, he's thinking he's going to call, but the reason he's signing is because he doesn't really want to take the flip. That's the reason. He doesn't really want to take a flip situation because Boz is going to feel like he's one of the best players left in the field.
That's it.
It's
Paul Fisher. Yeah, he has to call, so he kept him in his hand. Boz couldn't see him. So 9s for Paul Fisher. Boz, ace, king.
Yeah, it's a big flip for Paul. And Boz, if Boz wins this, he's up to 2.8 million. And we're at a final table as well, should mention. So to the flop.
To the flop. The 9s hold for Fisher. Not on the money.
Board.
Paul Fisher.
He's a black 9.
Facing elimination. And £8,050.
5 of diamonds, no
if
good.
We don't get a 9, we're on the final.
River.
River's on the final!
2 of hearts. Well, there we are. We're down to the final 9.
Mini main champion Manchester, 10th in the main event in Blackpool for £8,050. Anybody looking forward to the final?
Yeah.
Anybody?
We're looking forward to it, and we're going to be back at 22, so 20 to 5. We'll put a little break clip on for you guys, but we'll be back with the final table. Chip counts, everything.
Seat draw, chip counts, pictures, photographs. We'll see where they're all sat. We are looking forward to it. 4:40, 25 minutes time. We'll see you for the final here in Blackpool. Don't tune out. We'll see you then.
See you then, 4:40.
You obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like just what to do with these.
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no! Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions Tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them, because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favorite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've took you to their hearts because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day, though. So I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the Super High Roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They're like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then the next day after that, I played another event and came third in that. So it was just a remarkable heat. It was a good few days over there, and I really liked it over there. Actually, went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea.